Check 1 2, mic check.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms invites members into the chamber and closes doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Butler will introduce the chaplain of the day. Representative Butler.
Pastor Richard's father served in Vietnam, and when he returned home, he returned to Maplewood area of Nashville while serving in the riot patrol in Nashville Centennial Park. On May 30th, 1972, his house caught fire in the middle of the night, in which he lost his mother, his father, brother, and sister. But God had other plans for him, as he was the only survivor. Orphaned at age 4, he was raised by his grandparents in Double Springs, Tennessee. After graduating from high school, he went on to Georgia Tech, and after graduation, he went to Garnett Distribution. In 1988, he married the love of his life, Camille. And like any loving wife, she encouraged Richard to attend church with her. After experiencing salvation and the power of God, he felt the calling to ministry. He and Camille sold their belongings and moved to Oklahoma to attend Rhema Bible College. The opportunity arose to move back to Middle Tennessee. And they served at Trinity Assembly. He and Camille served as children's pastor at Trinity Assembly for 23 years. Over the last several decades, Pastor Richard has obtained additional education from the Jewish Institute of Christian Studies, the Atlantic Coastal Seminary, with several degrees in biblical studies and history. He has been in full-time ministry for 30 years and has been an ordained minister with Assemblies of God for 27 years. Over the last 30 years, Pastor Richard has been involved with building churches in numerous countries around the world, including Kenya, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Costa Rica, Mexico, Belize. Many of these we built together. Of all the accomplishments he has achieved, The thing that he is the most proud of was the opportunity to adopt Michaela as they finished up Bible school. She is a nurse, and her husband Jeff are expecting their first child in July. His current assignment is campus pastor of Life Church, Livingston, Tennessee.
Thank you, Congressman Butler. Firstly, let me say it's an honor to be here tonight to pray over this 113th General Assembly. You've been elected by your constituents to make some tough decisions. The decisions you make are determined by what you as a person set as your standards. Whether you're a Democrat, an independent, or Republican, there must be a standard by which you gauge the decisions you make. And that gauge, therefore, then becomes your absolute. If you believe in God, then he is your standard, and his word is truth, of which you base all of your decisions. However, many don't like that, because if you admit that God is real, then you're accountable to him, and man doesn't want to be accountable to anyone but himself. This is why we find our country in the shape it is today. When man becomes accountable to himself, then he is the one who sets the standards by which he lives. If he doesn't like what law another man sets, then he just proceeds to change it to fit his own agendas. So there's never an absolute, and your standards are constantly changing. Judges 21 says, in those days there was no standard or laws in the land, and everyone did what was right in their own eyes. What did that look like? For people were lovers of self, self-focused, lovers of money, impelled by greed, boastful, arrogant, revelers, disobedient to parents, ungrateful, unholy, and profane. And they will be unloving, void of human affection, calloused, irreconcilable, malicious, gossips, no self-control. They'll be immoral, brutal, haters of good, traitors, reckless, conceited, lovers of sensual pleasures rather than lovers of God. Does that sound familiar? Avoid such people, God says, and keep them far away from you. From among them are those who are worn their way into your homes and captivate easily by various impulses, always learning and listening to anybody who will teach them, but never coming to the knowledge of what is truth. The Bible calls this lawlessness, and this is what happens when man is accountable to no one but himself. So to this 113th Assembly, if you are here for political purposes or title or financial gain or any other callous reasons other than what your constituents elected you for, I will pray for you tonight. I will pray you be exposed. I love this state. It's my home. There's no other place I'd rather live. And like most red-blooded Americans, I'm past the point of apologies. Yesterday, I met another family at my church who had just moved here from California. The gentleman was a park ranger in Yosemite. And he said, Pastor, I loved my job. I loved my home. I loved being able to protect what God created. He said, I had the best office every day to look at. This same conversation I've had many times in the last several years. So I said to him, why did you leave? And every time the answer comes back the same. We just couldn't handle the politics anymore. We had to get out. I said, then why Tennessee? And he said, Tennessee holds some of the same values that we believe in. So representatives, it's your job to protect those values and keep Tennessee the great state it is. And I know there's some here that may not like that. Well, you can take the advice that he gave me yesterday. You can always pack and move, right? And so there are lots of great people that live in this state. And I believe there are a whole lot of me's out there that want their children and their grandchildren to live in the state that I grew up in. So your job, 113th General Assembly, should be to protect those values and not change them. Help build those walls, make them stronger so the future can't tear them down. Let's pray. Father, I love you. I thank you for this wonderful time and this great assembly that's here, these men and women that are called to serve at this time for such a time as this. I think you're not giving them good ideas. Lord, you're giving them God ideas. And I pray their hearts are tender and sensitive to what's truth, and that they will have the strength needed to stand firm when tough decisions are being made. And I thank you that all of us, whether we believe or not, will one day give an account for those decisions that we make. So I pray tonight that the decisions are taken serious, and I ask you to keep this assembly safe. Lord, no harm will come nigh their dwellings, and everything they do will prosper. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Representative Butler will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then introduce a special guest to sing the national anthem.
Attention, salute, pledge. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I have the distinct honor to introduce my wife, Kim Butler, to sing the national anthem for us tonight.
Thank you for that. I actually have one request. To me, our national anthem means so much, but it's not just my anthem. I don't think it should just be a performance of one. I would ask all of you to join me in singing our national anthem tonight. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 98 members present.
Let the journal reflect Representative Hurt is excused. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Welcome and honoring anyone seeking recognition. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Leader Lambeth, Representative Slater, we had two folks in our district parish on Friday that I want to tell you a little bit about. The first one, her name is Joan K. Tudor. While walking home with a neighbor, she was struck in the head by a tree. She was 81 years old. Miss Tudor died as a result of her injuries. She was a member of the Goodlettsville Cumberland Presbyterian Church and an active member in her community. If we could remember her. And our second person who died in a similar way is a 15-year-old girl from Liberty Creek High School, who you all had the pleasure of hearing from their choir a couple of days ago. Her name was Aaliyah Brooks. She was a freshman at Liberty Creek High School. She was actually helping her family at the driveway clear out debris. A tree flung by, hit her in the head. She passed away. She was a cheerleader at the school, Liberty Creek School. She was an active member of Long Hollow Baptist Church, and she loved to tell people about Jesus. In fact, one of her final acts on this earth was that while she lost her life, she was able to become an organ donor. And Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to say by her generous donation, she's going to save 6 lives with her unfortunate accident. So today I just wish for a moment that we will, for all those that have lost folks in a tragedy, that we remember Aaliyah and we remember Joan Kay today. So Mr. Speaker, I was asked for just a moment of silence to remember their families and their friends who suffer today for their loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize our Tennessee State Park Rangers. The Tennessee State Park system was named the Agency of the Year by the Park Law Enforcement Association of the United States. Thank you.
Representative Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join the Veterans Caucus on Wednesday at 12 p.m. in the old Supreme Court chambers on the first floor of the Tennessee State Capitol as the Tennessee State Treasurer and his staff return military medals to the Sanders family. The Treasurer's Office has the responsibility to try and find the home of unclaimed property. Members, listen to this. They belong to Master Sergeant Sanders. 7 service medals include the European, African, Middle Eastern Campaign Medal, the World War II Medal, Victory Medal, Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal, and the Good Conduct Medal. Please mark your calendar and come join us at 12 o'clock on Wednesday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request that the Sergeant of Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, escort the guests to the well, please. Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk read the resolution captions.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 2 by Representative Powell, resolution to honor and congratulate Hani Mukhtar of Nashville SC on winning the 2022 Landon Donovan MLS Most Valuable Player Award. House Joint Resolution 7 by Representative Powell, resolution to honor Walker Zimmerman of Nashville SC, a member of the 2022 FIFA World Cup U.S. Men's National Team. House Joint Resolution 8 by Representative Powell, resolution to honor Shaq Moore of Nashville SC, a member of the 2022 FIFA World Cup U.S. Men's National Team.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, an exciting day to have these great players from Nashville SC that have represented our city and state with the utmost distinction. First of all, Hani Mukhtar for winning the 2022 Landon Donovan Major League Soccer Most Valuable Player Award. He's the first player from any Tennessee professional sports franchise to win a league MVP award since 2003, and the first to do it outright. You might recall that Aaron McNair won it, Steve McNair, but he shared that award with Peyton Manning. He became the first designated player in Nashville SC's history. Last season, he led MLS with 34 goal contributions. It was also the 2022 MLS Golden Boot winner for his league-high 23 goals scored in the regular season. And my favorite is he scored the fastest hat trick in MLS history with 3 goals in the span of just 6 minutes. And then both Walker Zimmerman and Shaq Moore served and represented our nation in the World Cup, the U.S. men's national team. Both defenders created this great honor at the 2022 World Cup this last year in Qatar. And you might know that the World Cup is the biggest and most watched sporting event in the world, with a projected 5 billion people watching at least some part of that tournament. To keep that in perspective, the world population is currently 7.8 billion people. So Mr. Zimmerman, he's the center back, was born in Lawrenceville, Georgia. Mr. Mukhtar didn't reference, he was born in Berlin, Germany. And along with winning back-to-back Defender of the Year, Walker Zimmerman has made himself a mainstay with the men's U.S. national team. He was named the 2022 World Cup roster and played in all 4 of the U.S. men's games at the World Cup and started in 3 of them. Also, add personal distinction, he made it cool to wear a headband, which was a big selling point for my son Hawks, who's here, in convincing him to wear a headband when he's playing soccer. And then also Shaq Moore, he's a center. Shaq Moore is born in Powder Springs, Georgia. He played twice for the U.S. team in the World Cup over a span of 4 games. He was a very highly sought international player before Nashville SC acquired the defender in the summer of last year. It was a great honor to see both players recognized in the city of Nashville on the global stage, mentioned as both players were on the field at the same time multiple times in games. So both of them helped us make the round of 16 at the World Cup. So I want to invite both of them, if I could, Mr. Speaker, to make all 3 of them, each of them, to if want to say something to the members of the General Assembly. But thank you for your representation of Nashville SC, the city of Nashville, and the state of Tennessee at the highest level.
Thank you. They're recognized.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for everyone for coming out and, being part of this recognition for me and my fellow teammates. It's an honor to represent, the city and what's happening around the city as well. So just want to say thank you.
Thank you for having me, and it's a great honor to be here. Nashville is my second home. I love Nashville, and thank you to everyone. And I hope we'll try my best to do it this year, the same thing.
Thank you, Representative Powell and everyone else involved with this amazing honor. We really appreciate all the support and the friendly faces that have welcomed us, even in this building today. We appreciate you and the way that you root for us on the field, and we hope that we can continue to inspire people off of it. So thank you for all you do, and we really appreciate it.
Representative Powell.
Mr. Speaker, would you join us in the well for a picture, please?
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize our Vice Mayor and my friend Jim Schulman. If everybody give him a warm welcome. Thank you, Jim.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize Melissa Browder, one of my constituents and a great member of the Loudoun County School Board. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to give a welcome to one of my constituents. I don't know if you mind standing. It's Ms. Shondell Brooks and her son, Aldane, whose birthday is today, and Amber, whose son was killed in the Waffle House mass shooting on April 22nd, 2018. We also, with them, we have Mr. Manuel and Patricia Oliver, whose son Hakeem was killed in the Parkland mass shooting on February 14th, 2022. I just want to welcome them to the People's House.
Representative Zachary. Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join me in welcoming Leadership Knoxville. They've joined us here today. I see Clayton Wood. I think I see Todd Kelly up there and some members scattered around. So if you guys could give them a warm welcome, welcome to the Capitol. And do we have some behind us over here, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to recognize some dear friends of mine and constituents in the galley up here, Judy and David Johnson. Judy is a member of our garden club, and she is here because we are celebrating our garden club. Mountain View Garden Club is celebrating 70 years of service to Johnson City and Washington County. So give a round of applause and welcome my friends, Judy and David.
Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Zachary took some of my thunder away, but I want to also recognize Leadership Knoxville, and particularly two of my constituents, Brent Ball and Jonathan Mayfield. And also, just to say, I was in the best class ever, class of 2018.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize, it's a bit out of order, but I'm going to be out. Members, I want to announce a breakfast on Wednesday morning, 7:30 to 8:30 in the Cordell Hall building, room 8D. This is from the Junior League of Tennessee, a great volunteer organization of more than 1,500 members. They promote volunteerism for community causes. They just celebrated their 100th centennial. Again, Junior League of Tennessee breakfast, 7:30 to 8:30, room 8D, Cordell Hall building. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to welcome Keyshawn Pearson, who is the Field Operations Director for Tennessee House District 86, and also the new president of Memphis Community Against Pollution, which his brother founded before becoming a state representative. So make him feel welcome.
Representative Farmer Faison, whichever at Faison's desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Faison and I have two guests with us here today. We have Mr. Barry Fain and Mr. Kevin Poe. Barry's the Youth Services Officer over in Dandridge in Jefferson County. Kevin's the Circuit Court Clerk. They do a wonderful job, and neither Jim or I may not be here, but for these guys, they've worked hard to help us, and we just make them feel welcome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Representative Butler.
I would like to welcome, I've got some friends over here in the gallery, Scott and Buffy Davison, if y'all stand, Shane and Margaret Ward, Miss Camille Farley, who was our Chaplain of the Day's wife, and of course, my wife, Kim.
Have I missed anyone? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
may be out of line, but we also have another leadership class here. Since I work at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, we have Leadership Oak Ridge, who's here today. And I know if they stand up over there and wave their hands, and my good friend Richard Riley Fiskite is part of that class. Let's get him around.
Last call. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to Rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar, refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing in line that has to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to Rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills, Senate bills on first consideration.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that Senate Bills 105, 393, 450, 811, 834, 872, 894, 1005, 1247, transmitted by the Senate, be held on the desk pending third consideration of their companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bills 1,550 through 1,552 be passed on second consideration and be held on the desk to refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Petitions and memorials, reports from standing committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of the consent calendar, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, item 10, House Bill 319 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. Item 15, House Bill 1546 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. And finally, Mr. Speaker, item 72, Senate Joint Resolution 263 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens.
All right, anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Hey, Mr. Clerk, can you repeat the numbers that were kicked off the consent? I think members didn't hear you.
Mr. Speaker, item 10, House Bill 319 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. Item 15, House Bill 1456, objected to by Chairman Clemens. And Mr. Speaker, item 72, SJR 263 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens.
Leader Camper. Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to confirm with the leader, HJR 355, all those voted in the affirmative, be added as co-prime sponsor. This is a police officer back in the district who died in the line of duty, and we wanted to honor his family with the resolution.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, exclusion is duly noted. Anyone else seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we are voting. All the members who are in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar.
Call the first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1080 by Representative Powell and others relative to tort liability.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1080 on third and final consideration.
Representative Powell moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill deals specifically with providing and making it clear in the code that you can seek refuge, and making this very explicit in a place during severe weather events and make sure that those places know that they're not going to be opening themselves up to further liability. Members, we've all found ourselves at times out in the public, out in the open during severe weather events, and it's a very scary thing. If I could, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to reference one specific thing that occurred with my family and actually reference a member of this body. My family, we had gone to Machine Falls for a hike for the day, and beautiful day, had a wonderful time, and we were heading home, and we decided to take a little bit of a scenic route. And my wife noticed that there was severe weather ahead. And I was just she said, we really need to take cover. This is serious. You might remember the derecha wind that came through our state. And so I said, we were in the middle of driving through Shelbyville. I said, what can I do? Who do I know in Shelbyville? And I thought of my friend, Speaker Pat Marsh. And I called Speaker Marsh and I said, Speaker, I'm out on the road with my family. We got nowhere to go. My wife says there's severe winds coming our way. And he was kind enough to open up his home and let us in and take us in as those crazy winds passed through that had catastrophic damage to the state of Tennessee. And so this is my attempt to make sure we passed a great bill a couple of years ago, but make it even more explicit that places can serve as a refuge and open themselves up to Tennesseans and allow themselves on the premises to protect ourselves during these dangerous situations. So thank you, Speaker March, for taking my family in. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Powell renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1080, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
House Bill 1080 having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1120 by Chairman Russell and others relative to the Department of Children's Services.
Representative Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1120 on third and final consideration.
Representative Russell moves passage of public section. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. I move to adopt and defer to sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1120 requires the Department of Children's Services to provide annual training to youth service officers on best practices for behavior management and conflict resolution in the context of supervision of juveniles justice youth. It requires the department to make chaplain services available on a regular basis to juveniles who are in the department's custody and prohibits the department from requiring those juveniles to attend or make use of the chaplain services. This bill also requires juveniles 16 years of age or older in the department's custody in level 3 or 4 facilities to be housed, educated, and maintained separately from children less than 16 years of age as long as TCA allows. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Russell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1120 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change your vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
House Bill 1120 having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 482 by Chairman Boyd and others relative to destruction of property.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 482 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Boyd moves passage of public sector. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment removes firearms from the bill. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you have ever lived through a natural disaster or any sort of civil unrest and experienced a prolonged disruption to your electrical service, lost access to fresh water, or lost communication to the outside world, you realize how essential these services are to a westernized society. I believe one of our greatest threats that we face as a country and even as a state is an attack on our critical infrastructure. House Bill 482 would raise the criminal penalty for attacking or vandalizing critical infrastructure from a Class E felony to a Class C felony. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Boyd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Sponsor, can you define critical infrastructure?
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Critical infrastructure for this includes but not limited to telephone, telegraph, television, internet, other telecommunication services, electric, heat, and natural gas, or other power or energy services. The disruption of crude or refined liquid petroleum products or natural gas in the pipelines, pumping stations, terminals, and equipment necessary for operation of the facility, water, wastewater, or sewer services, railroads, and other transportation services.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the concerns that I have, sponsor, about this bill is there have been a number of cases where indigenous communities, communities that have for a long time faced some infrastructure that they don't want in their community, such as pipelines being run through burial grounds and things like that, who have exercised their First Amendment rights of assembly and also of speech, that have been targeted by local law enforcement and by those corporations to be incarcerated and all these other things. And so how is this legislation, which is increasing the felony from E to C, which is, I think it's 2 prongs up, going to help people who are actually fighting for their land, fighting for their water, and exercising their rights?
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it will not help the perpetrators of the crime. It will help the rest of Tennesseans that expect these utilities to be delivered in a timely manner and to rely on them. And so it absolutely will. If someone attacks or interferes or disrupts any of those services for whatever reason, there's still prosecutory discretion. I mean, a district attorney could choose to prosecute vandalism if it's, at their discretion under some statute. But if they use this statute, it will be a Class C felony.
Representative Pearson.
And with the Class E felony, it also strips people of their right to vote. Is that correct?
Chairman Boyd.
Mr. Speaker, I believe temporarily it does.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. Yeah, the concern isn't for what might be a good intention. I think the wrong way that this legislation goes could really harm communities and people who might be working to protect their farmland or protecting their communities from infrastructure that could be harmful, and particularly taking away people's right to vote. This isn't something that I want to do. Thank you for your yielding.
Any further discussion? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. Sponsor, does this legislation include graffiti?
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question came up in committee. I'm kind of glad you asked this question. And so if the monetary damage is $1,000 or less, it would not fall under this statute. It would have to be greater than that. And I actually consulted with my district attorney who was in town when I presented the bill, and we had a conversation about it. And he told me, he said, look, if someone spray painted, I mean, if someone goes up a water tower and paints Billy Bob Loves Charlene on a water tank, which was a great song, by the way, this bill is not meant to prosecute those people. And they still have the discretion to do traditional vandalism. What this bill is seeking to do is to get these people that are taking high-powered rifles and going to substations and shooting out breaker boxes and junction boxes and things of that nature, transformers, and attempting to disrupt the electrical supply to a population, or people that are going to a natural gas pipeline and trying to create an explosion or a gas leak, or someone that tries to poison or cut off or cause a water leak to a water supply that goes to a city or a population. That's what this bill is seeking to go after.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And that's what I was looking for. We didn't have a clear understanding in the committee that it did not intend to prosecute those who were merely doing graffiti, and it didn't actually damage the equipment or disrupt the service itself. So that's your intention, correct?
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's correct.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coupled with that, Mr. Representative, I thought also what we were trying to get at was potential terroristic activity that could actually damage the infrastructure, be it any of those things that you named.
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, someone who would attempt to sabotage, whether it be someone local or some foreign power, or anyone that commits this crime against what we've classified as critical infrastructure could be prosecuted under the statute, and it would be a Class C felony.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Representative, that has happened a number of times around the country to date. Do you have any idea? Can you briefly discuss that just a little bit?
Representative Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we've seen it in California, and it happened in North Carolina about the same time that we were experiencing the rolling blackouts around Christmas. Someone actually committed a crime like I described. They went to a substation and knocked down the electrical grid because of that. There has been an attempt in one place for someone to add lye to the water supply to the level that it would poison the population that was drinking it. And that was actually caught in the process. So we're starting to see this uptick. Sometimes it's done remotely, and that's why last year I ran a bill to increase cybersecurity for our utilities in Tennessee. But this would actually be people that physically go and attempt to sabotage or vandalize or disrupt any sort of critical infrastructure or utility that I described in the bill.
Representative Towns.
Thank you for that. Coupled with that, do you know at this point, are we utilizing additional technology, cameras, via other technology, wires and so forth, that can detect potential danger to that infrastructure, total infrastructure?
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so even though we've not seen an attack like this in Tennessee, I actually don't think we're doing enough. I wish there was more of what you just described, but unfortunately at this point, they really do need to step it up.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the bill. Not only that, obviously we're not trying to tread on the rights of people that are, protesting and so forth, but still the infrastructure has to be protected at all costs, because we all depend on that. The farmers with the water, we with the water, everything as it relates to many of those things in that infrastructure. I'd like to see more done as it relates to the technology, though, that can apprehend and catch people, because you get these copycats on all kinds of things, not just infrastructure. So in the future, we may need to look at something like that as well. Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, I'm just interested in knowing, I have colleagues myself. We in the business of radio, and we've got these 350 and 400-foot towers. And sometimes it costs us about $40 for a bulb that it takes $1,200 to install. And we do have folk who go out there and shoot them out sometime for target practice. Would that cover something as such?
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure, Representative, if it would. That section that is the closest to what you're talking about would be the part here that says telephone, telegraph, television, internet, or other telecommunication services. I'm not sure that would capture that, but this is what the language says.
Representative Shaw.
I think the other telecommunications might cover that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 482 as amended, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 7 ayes.
House Bill 482, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 946 by Chairman Boyd and others relative to energy.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 946 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Boyd moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up first amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment removes nuclear power from the list of permissible sources of renewable energy under this bill. Therefore, sir, I move to adopt.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 946 would create a definition for clean energy, a definition for renewable energy, and would create a permissible list of energy sources for each of those categories. This would apply to any state, local, or any political subdivision that creates any sort of clean or renewable energy requirements on how their energy is sourced. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Boyd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Who's supporting this bill? Where did this originate?
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, Representative, this was my brainchild. I went to a conference, the Legislative Energy Horizon Institute, this last summer. Went there and met with other American and Canadian legislators with regarding energy or utility policy. And we were touring a hydro dam in Washington State, and the Corps of Engineers guys told us that in Washington, that hydro was not considered clean or renewable. And that alarmed us a little bit. And we asked why. And he said, well, the legislature in this state just doesn't consider it that because they have more of a focus on wind and solar. So I reached out to my legislative assistant here in Tennessee. And what I found out was that Tennessee had never opined on this at all. And we just oftentimes just refer to the federal government, which has very little in statute. It's usually set by each administration that comes in. So I decided to speak with various states around the country and try to get some of the energy sources that they had on their various lists. And I compiled one and put it together. And since then, there have been some folks that have come and asked questions about it, probably from every energy sector that there is. I've heard from solar people. I've heard from nuclear people. I've heard from gas people. I've heard from everyone that have kind of given their opinion and asked the same question you did, wanting to know where did this come from? And basically, at the end of the day, if a local government decides that they want their energy to be sourced clean and renewable, by what definition do they compare that to? And so what might be considered clean in Texas maybe wouldn't be clean in Oregon. And so I decided to work on that and spent several months putting it together and came up with a Tennessee list. And so that's basically what this is.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, thank you, sponsor. One of the concerns that I have here is always with preemption and sort of telling local governments what to do and things like that is something that's concerning. But for me, what is worrisome is seeing natural gas as a clean or renewable energy. I actually have a natural gas plant in District 86, and our cancer risk is 4.1 times the national average, and the life expectancy is about 10 years shorter than folks 20 miles east. And the EPA and others have said one of the drivers of that is having this fossil fuel plant in our community. And so then we're kind of taking away local government's ability to say this actually isn't renewable or clean with this legislation.
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, absolutely. We're telling local governments what to list they can take energy sources from. So you're right. We would be preempting them on that.
Representative Pearson.
So the question is, why do we have renewable natural gas, what it's called, but we know it's a fossil fuel, it's fracked, right, as a clean or renewable energy, when also, and I don't know if this was studied, and you may or may not know that it contributes to a lot of pollution in communities. Gas plants.
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so on the renewable list, we have renewable natural gas, which is or organic natural gas that comes from landfills, it comes from agricultural waste from dairy farms, and that is considered renewable because it continues to produce from that. And they've done a remarkable job of capturing that rather than just releasing it untorched into the atmosphere. They're putting it into the pipeline and burning it with geological natural gas, which is on the clean list. And it's clean relative to the energy sources that it's replacing. So oftentimes when natural gas is used, whether it be used in vehicles as compressed natural gas, it's displacing gasoline or diesel fuel. When it's being burned for energy production, it's usually displacing coal, and it's significantly cleaner than that. And it's a lot better to burn it than it is to release untorched methane into the atmosphere, which as a greenhouse gas, methane is 80 times more warming power than the carbon dioxide that's created when you burn it. So I feel pretty good about it being on the clean list.
Representative Pearson.
I understand its relativity, and I think that's actually helpful, sponsor. Relative to coal, a lot of things are better. But what I do think is problematic here is, again, preempting what clean is relative to just the reality of the consequences we know about some of the things that are on this list. And we really, as science progresses, as technology progresses, we know the benefits of solar, we know the benefits of this other technology, and relative to natural gas or fracked gas or fossil fuels, the differences are quite stark. And so preempting, I think, our localities and our local governments to tell them, well, this quote unquote renewable energy, which we know has really detrimental consequences, is bad. So my last question is about state government creating barriers to efficient energy.
Sorry, Representative, that was 5 minutes. Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like a lot of the world, I was amazed and fascinated by the recent nuclear fusion announcement that happened a few months ago, and I did not see that on the list, but I was wondering if that was your intent to be covered under nuclear power.
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, nuclear is a broad term to describe fission, fusion, either one. That's
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 946 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 78, 20 nays.
House Bill 946, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 887 by Chairman Hawk, relative to paperless electronic communications. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1297.
Chairman Hawk moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1297, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1297 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 1297 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment requires the insurer to send physical notices or documents to the insured mail address on file if the insurer becomes aware that the email address is no longer valid. Move to adopt.
Chairman Kumar moves adoption of House Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adoption of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill permits a insurance company to provide electronic delivery of all its communications related to the plan's insurance policy, provide the insured individual the opportunity to opt out of receiving information electronically, and to confirm that insured routinely uses electronic communication. In a nutshell, this moves some folks into the 21st century in terms of electronic communication. The individual recipient of that product, insurance product, must agree to receive electronic communication, and at any point in time, they can opt out of it as well. In a nutshell, Speaker and members, that's what the bill does. Renew my motion.
Chairman Hawk renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1297 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Freeman, aye. Capley, aye. Chisholm, aye. Hicks, aye. Hicks of Washington. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1297 having received the constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is taken. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 611 by Chairman Hawk, relative to nepotism. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 103.
Chairman Hawk moves substitute and form Senate Bill 103 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 103 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 103 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tennessee State Employees Uniform Nepotism Policy Act of 1980 prohibits direct supervision by one relative of another within a state government entity or agency. This bill clarifies that employees of state government entities who are compensated through funding sources other than this state are also subject to the Tennessee State Employees Uniform Nepotism Policy Act of 1980. Creates both criminal and civil penalties for a state employee who knowingly or intentionally violates the act. It also authorizes the Attorney General and reporter to investigate violations. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hawk renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Sponsor, how many times has there been a person who would be prosecuted under this new law in the last, say, 5 years?
Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fiscal note shows not significant for recent violations of this particular law, but this goes back to 1980. I cannot go as far back as 1980 to tell you how many folks have been prosecuted under this law.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, so as far as we know, nobody since 1980 would have been violating this law?
Chairman Hawk.
No, we do not know that.
Representative Pearson.
So why do you think this law is necessary?
Chairman Hawk.
To continue best practices where individuals are not supervising their direct family members. There are instances that have come to our attention where local governments that receive state funds may have violated this law, but claimed that there were county funds or they were a county employee when actual state dollars were going toward this. So this is to get at that ultimate concern that came up in the last couple of years, actually.
Representative Pearson.
Yep. And they weren't prosecuted because this law wasn't in effect? Or I'm still, I understand the need for us to do this.
Chairman Hawk.
I believe you stated they were not prosecuted because this law was not in effect. So we're putting this law into effect so they could be prosecuted in the future.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. Last question. And that was how many people?
Chairman Hawk.
2 people from what I'm aware of.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? All those in favor of Senate Bill 103 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Rudd, aye. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 85, 12 nays.
Senate Bill 103 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 608 by Chairman Hawk and others, relative to insurance, produce pre-licensing courses of study. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 1369.
Chairman Hawk moves to substitute conform Senate Bill 1369 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1369 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 1369 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill eliminates current licensing course of study mandates for Tennesseans who are sitting for an insurance producer's license examination. Current state law requires that someone to sit for that examination must take a mandatory 20-hour course in order to be able to sit for the exam. Many states are doing away with this, so what we're doing is doing away with an existing mandate on this course. Right now, half of the states do it, half the states don't. There's no discernible difference in the states that do have this pre-licensing course and those that do not. That explanation, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hawk renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, you're not getting rid of the state license for insurance, are you?
Chairman Hawk.
Not at all. You still have to pass the license to get your, pass the exam to get your license. There's a mandated course of study that has been shown to not really be that very effective. So you're still having to pass the course, the very rigorous course, in order to get your license to sell insurance.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, is it necessary for insurance people to have a license?
Chairman Hawk.
100%.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'll be voting for your bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1369 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Williams, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 6 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1369, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Go up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 64 by Chairman Hawk and others relative to the distribution of funds from Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Program. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute the form to Senate Bill 246.
Chairman Hawk moves substitute form Senate Bill 246 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 246 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 246 on third and final consideration. Will be second. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, we passed the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Opportunity Act, which is transformational in how we're going to go about distributing these funds. Part of these TANF funds, part of that legislation called for the creation of 7 different pilot programs across the state of Tennessee to think outside the box, to be innovative, to come up with ways to better utilize these TANF dollars to ultimately help families. I am constantly reminded by our Commissioner of Department of Human Services, Commissioner Carter, reminds me what we are doing is growing capacity to reduce dependency. So we're working within the working families out there to keep them in the workforce. What this piece of legislation does, we've noticed as these pilot programs have come on board and have put forth their pro forma and what they're going to be doing innovatively, it's taken a little while longer to get this going than what we had first anticipated. So what we're doing, number one, is extending by 1 year the amount of time it's going to take to get a report back to this General Assembly because of all the measurements and gauges that we're going to have on these different organizations across the state of Tennessee. So we are extending 1 year from December of 25 out to December of 2026 to get the report on the effectiveness of these pilot programs to the General Assembly. Secondly, what this legislation does, it also gives us an additional 6 months after the fiscal year to further expend these unspent TANF dollars to go into our communities to help needy folks there. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker and members, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hawk renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor yield.
Chairman Hawk. Chairman Hawk. He does. Representative Miller.
Of course I will.
Just one question. As it relates to the extension from December 31st, 2025, December 31st, 2026. In between that time, which department will be monitoring day by day or on a weekly basis, a monthly basis? What department will be responsible for that?
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a Department of Human Services project.
Representative Miller.
So In 26, it's a responsibility that the report will be given to the General Assembly. As a representative, say for an example, next month I wanted to contact the Department of Human Services to get some understanding of the project that's in my county. Will I be able to do that? How would something like that work?
Chairman Holt.
Thank you. I feel confident that Tennessee Department of Human Services will give you updates at any point in time. And just to answer your question even more thoroughly, the randomized controls that we are putting in place, the measurements we are putting in place are going to be collected on a regular basis. So this is data that if you want to call over there and say, hey, how are the folks at Families Matter in West Tennessee? How is the University of Memphis doing on their project? They would be more than glad to get you that information for those organizations in your region.
Representative Miller. All right.
Thank you.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Representative, TANF funds, obviously you stated these funds are for Tennesseans that need assistance. Now, I also heard you state in your comments that sometimes there are funds that are left that are not utilized. Is that correct?
Chairman Holt.
About 3 years ago, pre-COVID, we recognized that there were some unspent funds. I'd sponsored some legislation 5 years ago that increased the cash assistance. We did several things to get more TANF dollars out into communities, out into programs. But for whatever reason, some of the dollars were unexpended. So that's part of what brought this to our attention, that we need to have a more effective, more efficient way to get these dollars out to communities and to community organizations as we're investing in them. So, yes.
Representative Towns.
Thank you for that. Now, that being the case, I remember that, and we did do some things to try to ameliorate that particular process, which was good. But let me get this on the record. I know this is a rhetorical question because everybody's done this. You've been to the grocery store lately, right? Been to the lately? Everything is so high today. Everything has just gone up like that. For all of us, not just people that are receiving TANF, everybody had to pay more. And we don't know when it's coming down. The question becomes, are we still seeing those funds not being expended all the way out? Is that still the case?
Chairman Holt.
Thank you. Part of the 2021 legislation was that we would never have more than 1 year of TANF received funds in a reserve fund. So we are being very cautious that we're going to continue to keep 1 year of TANF funds in reserve as we go forward, that we had built up a substantial larger amount of dollars, which are now obligated. So what we are doing are sending those obligated funds out. The amount of money, we don't have an idea how many dollars are going to come in from time to time. Those are dollars that come in based on several formulas from the feds. But in terms of dollars that will be going out, we'll only have left 1 year reserve at each end of fiscal year.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, with the monies that are left or the monies that are appropriated, period, this new bill that we're actually trying to make law, will any of that money go to a middle person, a middleman?
Chairman Holt.
The broad question, the funds are going to ultimately assist the individuals within the TANF program, within the Families First program. There are some agencies and some clerical work that's going to occur. Everything that's being done within these programs, these 7 pilots across the state, is to help individuals stay in the workforce.
Representative Towns.
The question becomes, with those particular agencies, are we losing any revenue that the state, if it administered, we would not lose, and thereby reducing the money ultimately that can go to citizens. Will any revenue be shaved off?
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are rules on how these dollars can be spent. In terms of a middleman trying to skim something, if that's the concern of the representative, nobody's skimming anything. All of these dollars have specific guidelines as to how they can and cannot be used, ultimately to help working folks stay in the workforce.
Representative Towns.
When you're dealing with money, you always have to be concerned with that, but it's not necessarily that. It's the over administrative cost, if that would be something we could track and make sure. I'm concerned about the administrative costs. If we have those many different agencies, how many people will it take to administer that if it's changing from what we're doing today? That's my concern.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, those administrative costs are also set by rule. You cannot spend over a certain amount of money on administrative costs. There's percentages, there's dollars that are in there. As the prior representative asked a question, sure, Department of Human Services would be glad to answer that as well.
Thank you. Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the sponsor, when we passed the TANF Opportunity Act, which I believe was unanimous, we put ambitious and aggressive timeline in that for these programs. As we've gotten into the meetings, we've learned that we need to put realistic timelines in there so that we can get this right for our families. And so this bill, we're trying to complicate things here, but this bill essentially does that. It gets us realistic timelines so we can get this right for our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 246 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Faison, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, one nay.
Senate Bill 246, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion read series tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 131 by Representative Garrett and others, a resolution to address and establish the declared public policy of the state of Tennessee relative to the right of the citizens and those within the boundaries of the state to keep, bear, and wear arms.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Joint Resolution 131.
Representative Garrett moves adoption, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what House Resolution 131 does, it involves the Second Amendment, and as it relates to the full faith and credit clause of the U.S. Constitution. As you all may know, we are states of 50. We have different laws, and under the full faith and credit clause, we have to honor other states' laws if they should apply here in Tennessee, unless we have a public policy that says otherwise. And that's what this resolution does as it relates to our Second Amendment rights. Many of you all know different states interpret the Second Amendment. They put restrictions that some of us believe shouldn't be there. And the state of Tennessee wants a free state to exercise our citizens' Second Amendment rights. And if a Tennessean happens to be in a different state, and that state or a person from that state decides to sue a Tennessean here in Tennessee, there is a chance that that state's law could apply here in Tennessee that would contradict the great Second Amendment that we hold so dear under the full faith and credit clause, unless there's a policy by the state of Tennessee that says this policy can override the full faith and credit clause, and it will not apply in that particular situation. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to take any questions. Otherwise, I renew my motion.
Representative Garrett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, the past month and a half, we have been talking about these false solutions to protect children. We have been targeting First Amendment rights under the guise of protecting children when the number one leading cause of death, of premature death of children, are shootings. And so when we look at what's happening in our nation, today we reached a very unfortunate milestone where over 100 mass shootings have happened thus far this year. And so rather than this mythology of saying that the Second Amendment is under attack, what Representative Garrett calls regulations, I think many of us would describe as protections. I have members in this gallery who have lost loved ones to mass shootings. How many of you have children whose children have to do active shooter drills in their elementary school? We talked about this after Uvalde. We talked about this after Buffalo. We've talked about this after every mass shooting. But instead of taking action, my colleague here and many of you in this chamber choose to worship at the altar of Smith & Wesson. This is cruel and it's unnecessary. And you can laugh, but these mass shootings are happening daily. They're happening in our own state, and we must take this issue seriously. So rather than laugh, I ask you to take action. Rather than empty prayers and moments of silence when a mass shooting happens, use your position to stop these things from happening again and again and again. There's something cruel about lawmakers who recognize an issue and who will go on Twitter to send out a tweet every time a mass shooting happens, but then come to this chamber every day and choose to do nothing, choose to sit here and make a mockery of the pain that these families are feeling. There's something particularly cruel about that. And in my faith tradition, we call it idolatry, where you put items above people's lives. In my faith tradition, we call it idolatry when you choose to put money up the NRA over the lives of your own constituents. And so it is shameful. But what I'm here to do today is not to shame my colleagues. I'm here to call you to do something that we can do collectively. This bill, this HJR, is pointless. It is grandstanding. It is creating this narrative that people are coming for our guns when that's not the reality of the situation. In Tennessee, it's easier to get a gun than it is to vote. In Tennessee, it's easier to get a gun than it is to get health care. In Tennessee, it's easier to get a gun than it is to get a quality public education. We are all in when it comes to guns, but on every other right in the Constitution, we seem to have redacted those rights. And so I ask my colleagues here to remember the oath that you took, that we are constitutionally sworn to uphold our oath that says that we will not vote on legislation that is injurious to the people. I'll remind you of that every time because this bill is injurious to the people. And when I look at my constituents in this gallery, I don't want to say that we stand with you and that we don't want any other parents losing their children to mass shootings simply so that we can accept campaign donations from the NRA. I'll end by saying that with this bill, and the bill that's number 11, and the bill that's number 13, and the bill that's number 14 on our agenda, we have 4 gun bills. That's no coincidence that today's legislative session is brought to us by the NRA. That is no coincidence. And so, colleagues, I ask that you do something besides sit on your phones and laugh at what is the reality of a crisis in our state. And I ask that you take action, ask that you look in your hearts and choose to model a more perfect way of a community that's at peace with itself. That's what we're fighting for. Many of you have children and grandchildren. Who want them to live in this madness of mass shootings? Who want them to live in this madness where we have to consistently worry if our loved one is next? When they go to a concert, when they go to the grocery store, when they go to school, we don't want that anxiety. I ask that we do something better than this amendment, and I ask that the sponsor reconsider this amendment, this HJR, because it's pointless, and it is something that is going to perpetuate a harmful narrative for our state. Thank you.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Out of order.
I would say, as we've sworn an oath to the U.S. Constitution, I don't know if I call that worshiping any artifact, but when the founders of this country found it necessary to have the good guys, those that would stand up to those criminals that would act in a way that would harm children that no one seems to want to prosecute, that we would rather have them free out of jail than protect those rights that are given to us by more than just a piece of paper in our Constitution, by those rights that said we are unalienable, given the rights under those Bill of Rights that include our Second Amendment. There was a reason why they said this was something that should be included in those first rights to our Constitution. So I would say that this applies to those that are law-abiding citizens, not the ones that are in the news, not the ones that violate the law, that violate the codes that we say you are the criminal, you should be in jail for the acts that you create on your own. That's not what this is about today.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman, sponsor. Where or why is it that the Second Amendment isn't applying to Tennessee?
Chairman Garrett.
The Second Amendment applies to Tennessee.
Representative Pearson.
So if the Second Amendment applies to Tennesseans to keep, bear, wear arms, these things, we've codified it and legislated it in the state to not have to have a permit to carry and things like that, which have been in the service of furthering gun rights over people's rights. Why is this legislation needed?
Chairman Garrett.
Well, for one, it's a resolution that establishes public policy of the state of Tennessee.
Representative Pearson.
Why is it needed, sponsor? Thanks, Chairman.
Chairman Garrett.
Because, as I explained, there could be laws from a different state that is more restrictive as it relates to the Second Amendment. That law could apply here in the state of Tennessee, where we hold our Second Amendment right very seriously and don't restrict those that want to infringe on someone's Second Amendment right. Could apply here. Public policy declared in this state would be able to abrogate the full faith and credit clause that said we would have to abide by a state like California, a state like New York, a state like Wisconsin that says the Second Amendment does not do what it says and what we believe it does here in the state of Tennessee. So it's important that we have this resolution to declare the public policy of this state is to uphold the rights of the Second Amendment, so no one can say that the Second Amendment is limited, that the Second Amendment does what it does by limit the government, by restricting its citizens from bearing arms. We don't need another state telling us what the Second Amendment does, because that's what their state believes, and that's not what the state of Tennessee believes. So under the full faith and credit clause, we do not have to honor it, with the public policy being what it is from this resolution. That's why we need the legislation. That's why we need the resolution.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. When someone goes to court in the state of Tennessee or someone sued in the state of Tennessee, they have to use the laws of the state of Tennessee. Is that correct?
Chairman Garrett.
That's not always the case. There could be a situation where another state's laws would apply in the courts of state of Tennessee.
Representative Pearson.
Can you name one of those times?
Chairman Garrett.
All I can do is give you a hypothetical, such as a Tennessean might be in New York. There could be an issue that happens in New York that could implicate the Second Amendment. That Tennessean could come home, and to establish jurisdiction, a plaintiff from New York can either sue in New York, or they can find the defendant where that defendant is and sue in the state of Tennessee. Then that plaintiff is going to argue in the Tennessee courts that Tennessee law shouldn't apply, because it will not be the strongest argument for their case, and they'll want New York law to apply. In that event, the trial judge can look at what the state policy of our state is and say the full faith and credit clause does not apply because it violates the public policy of the state of Tennessee. And in that instance, the laws of the state of Tennessee would apply rather than the laws in New York.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. As I think you saw in your articulation of that argument, that the laws of Tennessee apply to the state of Tennessee, the laws of New York apply to the state of New York, and this legislation or this resolution is obviously unnecessary. It is clear that this is nothing more than the pontification of pro-Second Amendment rights to the detriment of other people, because we know that if they were sued in the state of Tennessee, if it went up to the Tennessee Supreme Court, they wouldn't be using New York law to determine whether or not something was right or wrong for a Tennessean. That wouldn't make sense. And I've been to court once or twice helping to fight for justice, and I can tell you the way that the judicial system works, New York law won't apply to a Tennessean. And this hypothetical that you've mentioned, this rarity, this very unlikely incident that has not happened and likely will not happen, is only an obfuscation of what's happening here. We have to choose people, and people who have suffered under the consequences of violence, particularly gun violence, over the needs, the desires of groups like the NRA for the sake of all Tennesseans.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would disagree with my colleague from Shelby County, is that there are plenty of instances in litigation where if you're here in the state of Tennessee, that another state's law could apply.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, I appreciate your courage and forethought in offering this bill. From a couple perspectives, it's obvious that many may be pontificating on the wrong set of facts. From the facts that exist in these United States today, those cities who are led by Marxists and socialists have crime rates and murder rates that far exceed those areas where we have a well-armed citizenry. And so I appreciate the fact that you will defend my absolute right to keep and bear arms, because that Second Amendment is absolute. I would also offer that there is no such thing as gun violence. We live in a day when people use words and make words to have meanings that they do not. There are violent people who commit hideous acts with all kinds of tools, and we should prosecute them to the fullest and lock them away. So thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I appreciate you offering this bill.
Chairman Garrett? Nope. Representative Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call the question on the resolution.
Representative Williams calls previous question. I see objection. We're voting. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 131, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 20 nays.
House Joint Resolution 131, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted without objection. The motion reeks their table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 30 by Chairman Doggett and others relative to adult cabaret entertainment.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 30 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Doggett moves passage. Following second. Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the hill.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Call up next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment does rewrite the bill. I move for adoption, and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, back to the heel of the amendments. House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, move to withdraw. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 30 requires a person in jurisdictions with an adult-oriented establishment board to obtain a valid entertainer permit from the board prior to performing adult cabaret entertainment for compensation. Prohibits public, private, and commercial establishments from allowing a person younger than 18 to attend a performance featuring adult cabaret entertainment. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I just want to point our attention to some hypocrisy that's happening in this building right now. So we just voted to not have any type of regulation or any type of safety precautions around the Second Amendment, but now we have a bill to regulate drag shows. Drag shows are not a threat to our community. Mass shootings are. So I hope that we pay attention to the ridiculousness, the circus that is this body, where we're now passing a bill to create a regulatory board of drag shows, but the sponsor of the previous bill said that we should not regulate the Second Amendment. But when it comes to the First Amendment, members of this body have every intention and every comfort with disrespecting, undermining, and regulating First Amendment's free expression clause. I just think it's absurd that we are so threatened by drag shows, but we don't take seriously the real threats to our community. And I just ask my colleagues here again to look in the mirror. What is going on in this body? This is absurd. And I hope that the sponsor of this bill will reconsider this attack on the LGBTQ community reconsider this attack on drag shows. I don't know in Giles County if you've been to drag shows and they felt like they needed to be regulated. I don't know if you've been there, Representative Doggett, but I think that these are not a real threat to our communities. And I hope that you reconsider this absurdity that you have disguised as legislation. Thank you.
Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All we're doing is stating that a permit will be required for adult cabaret performance, which is defined as being harmful to minors. The permit will be required if compensation is received.
Representative Jones.
So we need a permit to have a drag show, but we don't need a permit to carry a firearm. I mean, we talk about how the Constitution is our permit. In this case, would the Constitution not be the permit of these drag performers who are exercising their constitutional right to express themselves as they please? Is the Constitution not their permit, Representative Doggett?
Chairman Doggett.
All we're doing here is stating if you are performing in a manner that is harmful to minors and receiving compensation, you will need a permit.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Doggett, have you been to a drag show?
Chairman Doggett.
Cannot say that I have, no, sir.
Representative Jones.
Have you seen the governor's yearbook photos? On the bill.
Representative Jones.
I was just trying to think of an example that the representative might be familiar with. But when we look at drag shows, there is nothing harmful. If you actually go to drag shows, there's no harm there. We've already passed the bill targeting this community. Now you're expecting them to register with the state after you've already come after them to put their name in a registry so that you can target them even further. I mean, this bill is bullying on bullying. And I believe that the Constitution is their permit to exercise the First Amendment. If it applies to the Second Amendment, it should apply to the First Amendment as well. This bill is nothing more than hate in drag. It's nothing more than intolerance and targeting in drag disguised as legislation, and it is shameful. And so I ask again, Representative Doggett, you have never been to a drag show, so you're legislating on something you're not familiar with, trying to say that it's harmful, and saying that we should require a permit for an activity that has not had any instance of harming our community, where mass shootings have, and this body just said we don't need a permit to exercise the Second Amendment. Can you explain the dissonance in these ideologies? Because I think that even here, my colleagues are unfamiliar with the Constitution and the First Amendment. We seem to only have read the Second Amendment. So I hope that y'all will go back and review the First Amendment and look at the free expression, free speech clauses of those amendments. Thank you.
Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All I can say to that is a person who is not performing in a manner that is harmful to minors would not require a license in this instance.
Representative Jones, he passes. Very good. Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask to remove previous question.
Representative Ritchie moves previous question. Objection. I see objection. All right. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 30 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Butler, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 74, 23 nays.
House Bill 30, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion for reconsideration table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 38 by Representative Reedy, a resolution proposed amendment to Article 1, Section 26 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to the right to keep and bear arms.
Representative Reedy. Oh, Chairlady Hazelwood. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that HJR 38 be referred to the Finance Subcommittee and placed on the constitutional amendment calendar.
You've heard the motion, properly seconded. Is there any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 871 by Chairman Lafferty, relative to voting.
Chairman Lafferty, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 0871 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Lafferty moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1 makes the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Local Government Committee Amendment 1 and defer to the sponsor for a further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Amendment Number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor vote Amendment Number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill seeks to correct something that I think was mistakenly overlooked. Several years ago, legislation was passed to try and take away the registering to vote and then voting on the same day. This will affect our retirement homes around the state. We're going to shorten up the calendar by 2 days, and that should take away the oversight so we won't have people registering to vote on the same day that they vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Lafferty renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would a better solution not have been to extend the period of time to register to vote?
Chairman Lafferty.
That could have been a consideration, but it's not in this bill.
Representative Clemens.
So instead, we're shortening the amount of time that people can vote.
Chairman Lafferty.
That would be correct.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Sponsor, this is reducing democracy in this state, right? By reducing the time people can engage in democracy, is reducing people's opportunity to participate in democracy. By reducing this time, correct?
Chairman Lafferty.
I may have misspoke a moment ago. I don't believe we're reducing the time to vote. We're reducing the time to register to vote. In
Representative Pearson.
a very limited circumstance.
Representative Pearson.
Yes, by 2 days?
Chairman Lafferty.
Yes, sir, by 2 days.
Representative Lafferty. Representative Pearson, sorry.
Oh, good. Why is it bad for people to be able to register on the day that they would also vote?
Chairman Lafferty.
There are concerns over manipulation of the system. And I'm sure, sir, that you don't want anybody going out and helping to drum up votes for, say, the likes of a Donald Trump.
Representative Pearson.
I want people to be able to register the day that they vote, regardless of who they vote for, because I believe more democracy actually leads to better results, regardless of who they vote for. And so, contrary to what you may believe, I do believe it's important for people to have as much time as possible to vote, including if they take the time off work or off doing whatever else they were doing to go to the polls in their particular community and cast their ballot as part of the democracy that our ancestors fought for us to have. I believe reducing that time, taking away people's opportunity to participate in elections and in democracy and choosing the people who will represent them is a bad idea. Okay?
Was that a question or a
No,
statement?
I'm just wondering, is that clear?
Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you for your comment.
Representative Pearson.
So I think with this legislation, any attempt in our state to remove people's ability to participate in our democracy is not something that we should promote. Instead, I would love to see this go back into committee and folks to actually extend the amount of time that people have to vote to ensure as many people can be registered as possible to participate in our democracy.
Chairman Lafferty.
I'm not going to move my bill off of where we are right now. Thank you, though.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think as we think about who and how we can ensure more people in the state of Tennessee are registered, more people in the state of Tennessee can vote, we need to make sure our legislation pushes for that to be possible, not reduces it for any reason. Thank you.
Representative Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, will you yield?
Chairman,
just
Representative Faison.
clarifying, this is only for nursing homes.
Chairman Lafferty.
That is correct.
Representative Faison.
And we're just clarifying when the nursing homes, make sure I understand. We're trying to make sure that this is not being manipulated. People in the nursing home are not being manipulated. We're not stifling voting. We're not stifling registering voting anywhere in Tennessee. This has to deal specifically with abuses that have happened in a nursing home. Am I thinking right?
Chairman Lafferty.
That is correct.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. There's an interesting proposition that just came from the chairman. What are the abuses that we're addressing that have occurred in nursing homes?
Chairman Lafferty.
I apologize, members. I tried to keep this as quick as I could. A little over 2 years ago, around election season, I get a phone call from a constituent. And I don't like using these. I like firsthand accounts. This isn't a firsthand account, but I have no reason to doubt the person that told me this. A friend of mine calls me, says that her sister, who works at a nursing home on Middlebrook Pike in Knoxville, was witnessing people coming in, signing folks up to vote, and then they were voting all at the same time at the nursing home. And she was, like a lot of Americans were, concerned about the manipulation of our election system. She brought that to my attention back then. Only a few years into this position, I kind of sat back and went, wow, that's a heavy load. Where am I going to take that? Fast forward, this bill is brought to me, and it shows where several years ago, the state legislature made the decision that they were going to set 29 days aside so that people could go out and get registered at the nursing homes, and then they could do their absentee voting after they got registered. The intention was to stop registering to vote on the same day that you vote. That was the intention originally. Inadvertently, when the calendar falls just the right way, we end up with a couple of days out of the year. Most years it's 1 day. Some years it's 2 days out of the year where those things overlap again. This bill simply reduces that window by 2 days so that we can get back to the original intent and not have people going into nursing homes say it's a close race. Not that anybody would ever cheat in an election. Lord knows America has no history of any cheating in elections ever. The intention was to make sure that people aren't going in. One of the things I left out, when my friend did reach out to me, she said, some of these folks have dementia and Alzheimer's, and people are signing them up to vote. So this bill will shut down that small couple of days, 1, sometimes 2, where people can be registered to vote and then vote on the same day.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not quite sure, but I think you described something that's not necessarily a problem that's being addressed by the bill. If you're talking about taking advantage of individuals, and then the bill merely allows you to take advantage of them 2 days less. I'm not following that. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support your bill, but thank you for the explanation.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor. In the situation with the nursing home that your friend reported to you, was there any fraud found at the nursing home?
Chairman Lafferty.
To my knowledge, there was not.
Representative Parkinson.
So no fraud was found, but we're going to remove 2 days from people being able to register to vote. But there was no fraud found. So what's our purpose?
Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The original intent of the bill, when it was first written years ago, from which this originated, I believe the original intent was to completely eliminate registering to vote and then voting on the same day. And this bill will simply go with what that intent was.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor. Again, let me ask this. Have we had any issues with people registering on the same day and voting on the same day?
Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you, Speaker. To my knowledge, we have not.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we haven't had any issues with people registering on the same day and voting on the same day. We haven't had any issues with people registering at the nursing home and those seniors voting. But we're running a bill to remove 2 days for people to register to vote. We haven't had any issues. I don't understand why we're running the bill. Other than to possibly suppress voting. And I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to be on the wrong side of this argument. So, and just tell me that I'm wrong. We're not doing this just to suppress votes. But if you're going to tell me that, then please tell me why we're doing it.
Chairman Lafferty.
We're doing it to fulfill the original intent of the bill, which is to eliminate registering to vote and voting on the same day.
Representative Parkinson.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is on the bill. Were they Democrats that were being registered in that nursing home?
Chairman Lafferty.
To my knowledge,
Representative.
I don't know who they were registering to vote.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Were they Republicans that were being registered in that nursing home?
Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my knowledge, I do not know exactly who they were registering to vote.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just so I'm clear, so if they were in there registering Republicans in that nursing home, you're going to remove 2 days for them to get Republicans registered?
Chairman Lafferty. Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's an opportunity for anybody to go in a rushed circumstance and start signing people up for voting, and then in that same rushed circumstance going, oh, by the way, while I've got my pen out, I also have this absentee ballot. Why don't you go ahead and fill that out? We know nothing about the mental state of the person. We know nothing about the intentions of the people going into those nursing homes to sign those folks up. We don't even know if the folks are the mental capability to sign their own names. So why would we not want to put an end to people doing that at the last second, where you set up a situation where people could potentially try and take advantage of people?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Completely understandable. You removed the 2 days. Now they have to do it 2 days before the 2 days they already had. Same people going in, registering the same people to vote. Same people going in to register them if they got mental issues or not. And then 2 days later, they're going to vote. It's the same thing happening. You just took 2 days away from them to be able to do it. And now my question to you is, can that senior that has Alzheimer's, can he not vote? Or he or she not vote?
Chairman Lafferty.
I don't know of anything out there that would stop them from being able to vote, except I would hope that maybe a concerned family member might step in for somebody on their behalf to say, hey, this person doesn't have the mental capacity to be voting. But same could happen on the other side, I guess. Somebody could go, hey, yeah, she doesn't know what she's doing. Fill this out. There's another vote for you. So there's crazy on both sides.
Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection to the previous question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 871 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 24 nays, one present not voting.
House Bill 871, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1189 by Representative Fritz and others relative to qualified civil liability actions.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1189 on third and final consideration.
Representative Fritz moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up first amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill simply protects both our economy and our Second Amendment rights. This bill establishes limited circumstances where civil liability in the state of Tennessee can be brought against a firearms manufacturer who is located, headquartered in the state of Tennessee. I offer to you that this is not only a Second Amendment protection bill, as if we cannot produce firearms parts, and ammunition, we will have no viable Second Amendment. It is also an economic bill. We are currently in Tennessee the number one employer of firearms parts, ammunition, and ordnance production, with 8,000 Tennesseans, approximately 8,000 Tennesseans working in that industry. This bill not only protects those companies, but those Tennesseans who go to work each day, do a good job, and put out this quality product. We are at a time when qualified immunity offered by the Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act has not sufficiently covered protection of these firearms manufacturers. I would offer further that in the state of Tennessee, we are currently ranked between 2nd and 7th in the number of firearms components, and ammunition that we produce. I think that due to the conditions in some of the states where these firearms have been produced in the past, our economic conditions and our policies toward business are favorable here. There's room for growth in the state of Tennessee for this industry, and I will submit to you, colleagues, that this bill will help be an incentive to move additional companies. With that, I would ask for your support and take any questions. And I'll renew the motion.
Representative Fritz renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You said that this protects businesses located in the state of Tennessee from civil liability. Does this bill not protect businesses located outside of Tennessee from civil liability?
Representative Fritz.
Sir, this bill was authored to protect those firearms parts, and ammunition manufacturers located in the state of Tennessee.
Representative Clemens.
I understand your intent, but does this bill protect businesses located outside the state of Tennessee as well?
Representative Fritz.
That is not the intent of the bill, sir.
Representative Clemens.
And what type of claims? I noticed that there's a laundry list of exceptions in here. What type of claims falling outside those exceptions would somebody use to sue? What's an example of a legal claim outside those exceptions someone would use to sue one of these manufacturers?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of those exceptions, sir, would be if the seller or conveyor of that firearm was directly involved in the crime, giving cause to the action, or involved in it in a way of knowing that it was going to take place. A second example would be if they misrepresented that product in such a way that a reasonable person might be injured with it.
Representative Clemens.
Mr. Speaker, I may have not been clear. So you've excluded those. So what legal claims are left aside from those exclusions that you've set forth in this amended bill?
Representative Fritz.
I may not be understanding your question, sir. I understood your question to be that what are the exceptions where that a person could bring suit against the firearm manufacturer?
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm asking if this bill is enacted, what other legal claims are there available to anyone to bring a a merit-based legal claim against a manufacturer?
Representative Fritz.
Again, sir, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understand your question correctly, if someone misrepresented, if the seller of the firearm misrepresented that product, he would be liable to be sued underneath this law.
Chairman Clemens.
Okay, we're having a massive misunderstanding here. After this bill is enacted, if this bill isn't enacted, what other type of claims could someone sue a gun manufacturer that isn't exempted in this bill? What other viable legal claim is there other than those that you've laid out in here? If somebody was accompanying someone committing the crime, or if they misrepresented a component, if they had defective components or manufacturing, what other type of legal claims are there for somebody to use to sue a manufacturer that you're seeking to prohibit?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill limits to the categories where the suit could be made.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's my question. What other legal claims are there outside of those that you're ultimately seeking to prohibit?
Representative Fritz.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been claims across the United States where there have been lawsuits brought against firearms manufacturers because simply the design of the weapon made it too dangerous.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there any other businesses, or are there currently any other businesses in the state of Tennessee that receive this special treatment, this type of civil immunity?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. None that I'm aware of, sir, but this is, I will remind you, a part of that right guaranteed under the Second Amendment.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sponsor, thank you for bringing this legislation. Being there in the 20th District in Maryville, over in the Louisville area, we have Smith & Wesson coming to town, and I'm proud that they're going to have the laws that is going to end up protecting them against frivolous lawsuits against the manufacturing of their firearms. Thank you, sir.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor Yield.
Representative Fritz.
Yes, sir.
Representative Shaw.
Same lines of leader a minute ago. What right would I have to sue a firearm company and be legal under this law if it passed?
Representative Fritz.
Sir, I would offer that those rights are pretty much the same as you have on any other business or any other product today. But this legislation will simply protect against what some might call frivolous lawsuits.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I bought a firearm and I go out hunting and it backfired in my face, would I have a suit against that? I didn't do anything to shoot the gun and it backfired in my face. Would that give me a right to sue that firearm company?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the structure of the bill as written, if that weapon was misdesigned or poorly designed or did not meet the quality standards that it should have, and you purchased it and were injured, you would have the right to sue that firearms manufacturer.
Representative Shaw.
So what would I have to do then? How would I have to prove that? Because I'm out there in the field hunting by myself and that firearm, it backfires, and it's my word that and literally it did. Just for the sake of conversation, would I have a lawsuit under those conditions?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sir, I think that in any product, there would be some forensic analysis of what had determined the malfunction or the alleged malfunction that brought the suit. And I would think that that would persist here as well.
Representative Shaw.
So could we make this law available for all businesses that we're making for the purpose of protecting the Second Amendment rights and firearm manufacturers?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, this bill does address not only the firearms manufacturers, firearms parts,
and ammunition manufacturers, but also the sellers of those, if that's your question, sir, as far as the supply chain to the dealerships.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you. I guess the problem I have is how I would prove that it was malfunctioning under this law. I mean, I'd really have a hard time proving that because, you know, I just buy a firearm, and when I buy it, I go out expecting to shoot it, and I'm expecting it to shoot, if you will, when I shoot it. And if it malfunctioned under this law, I don't know if I'd have a suit or not. I think that's the problem I have. Somehow or another, I think even Second Amendment citizens need to be protected. And according to this law, even Second Amendment citizens are going to wind up losing on this end.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sir, thank you for the questions. This law was not designed to make it any more difficult for you to sue against a malfunction or a product quality derived from the manufacturer or a misrepresentation by the seller.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Sponsor, why did you bring this legislation forward?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I brought this legislation forward because our Second Amendment is an absolute right, and there has been an ongoing assault on our Second Amendment rights in these United States. I think it is absolutely important that we make sure that we codify and protect those manufacturers against frivolous lawsuits and against attacks from those who may leverage a fair and balanced litigative process to try to bring that firearms manufacturing business to ceasing.
Representative Pearson.
Yes, we've talked about the Second Amendment a little bit today. It's whose right? Whose right is being protected with the Second Amendment?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, we all as Americans have right endowed by our Creator. If you look back at the Declaration of Independence, which anchors our Constitution and that Bill of Rights, it applies to all Americans.
Representative Pearson.
Yes, I know the inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Guns and gun violence, the perpetuation of mass shootings and gun violence, you might say, impedes that documents comment about the right to life. Indeed, gun violence is one of the highest causes of death for people in the United States and in Tennessee. And maybe unintentionally, you've just mentioned that this is what is being impeded here. But if it is the people who have this Second Amendment right and that shouldn't be abridged and all those things, this legislation is about gun manufacturers. It's not about the people that you were just talking about. So why are you seeking to extend the rights of the people of Tennessee, human beings, to gun manufacturers?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question because it actually highlights one of the points that I think is tremendously important. Just past that life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, that document that we quoted says, and to secure those rights, governments are instituted among men. One of our base responsibilities here is to secure those rights, not only those rights of those first 10, that Bill of Rights, but all of our rights as Americans. And so this certainly does that, because there is no right to the Second Amendment to keep and bear arms if you cannot procure them. So we must secure and protect that supply chain that enables us to purchase those items, sir.
Representative Pearson.
Yes, we're going to disagree on a lot of things, but I think it is absurd to think that there's anything impeding or impeding people's right to guns. We have enough guns for every American. That's how many guns currently exist. Enough for every American to have one. Over 330 million guns are in the United States of America. It isn't a problem of supply chain. It is a problem of conscience, which is the protection of gun manufacturers who are manufacturing weapons of destruction that are killing people. I am curious which lobbyist or which firm it was that had you to come before this body proposing legislation to protect them. But the reality is this is harmful. And in other places that have experienced mass shootings and mass death, there does need to be accountability. No other business in the state of Tennessee has this many protections that prevents it from any liability for the things that they manufacture. No other business, and there's some business owners in here. This goes too far, and it continues to prop up and propagate the protection of an industry that we know has severe consequences to citizens of Tennessee and the United States of America. We have to have a consciousness that allows us to speak and to operate above the payments of lobbyists or gun lobbyists or firms or corporations that would have us to come before the people proposing such harmful legislation.
Representative Fritz.
I'm not sure there was thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure there was a question there. I would offer just these thoughts, and again, renew my motion to pass this bill, is that we do have a guaranteed right to keep and bear arms in our U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights. That is somewhat different than many of the other businesses that the gentleman may have alluded to.
Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1189 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 24 nays.
All those in favor of House Bill 1189 as amended, vote aye. House Bill 1189 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Motion for consideration table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 80 by Representative Hale and others relative to underground injection activities. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Faison, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, being this is a freshman presenting this bill, I've had multiple questions from everybody on the House floor. We really need to get some explanation before we put him back up here. I'd like to make a motion to move this till Thursday's regular calendar.
Without objection, roll to Thursday. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 80 by Chairman Todd, a resolution to urge Attorney General and reporter to defend the Second Amendment rights of Tennesseans.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 0080.
Chairman Todd moves adoption. Properly second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are extremely fortunate in this state to have an Attorney General that has demonstrated a very strong stance of defending the United States and Tennessee constitutions by defending our state's rights and protecting the freedoms enjoyed by our citizens. This in no way implies any concern at all with our Attorney General and the exceptional job he is doing for this great state. This simply urges the Attorney General and reporter to evaluate any newly passed federal statute, regulation, or executive order that may affect the rights of Tennesseans to bear arms, and if such statute, regulation, or executive order infringes on that right, to bring suit on behalf of the state of Tennessee to challenge any such infringement. I want it on the record for all to see that this General Assembly supports our Attorney General in his efforts to protect our rights. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Todd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? I see objection. We're voting. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. Barrett, aye. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. Gillespie, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 71, 24 days.
Previous question prevailed. We are voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 80, vote aye when the bell, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 23 days.
House Joint Resolution 80, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Chairman Clemens.
Mr. Speaker, if we're going to call the question on every piece of legislation before we get to discuss legislation, why don't we just go ahead and adjourn for the night if everybody's that ambitious to get out of here? And let's take these up at a later date, because there seems to be a failure of a desire to thoroughly discuss this legislation. So I would ask or make a motion to adjourn until Thursday morning, 9 o'clock.
We are voting on whether or not to adjourn. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote no on the board. Sorry, it's on the board. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 74 nays.
All right. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 562 by Chairman Todd and others relative to military pay.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 562 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Todd moves passage, properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment does write the bill, or rewrite the bill, excuse me. We'll defer to the sponsor for further explanation. We move to adopt.
Chairman Keesling moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this should be a very bipartisan bill that all of us can get on board with for our honorable National Guard members. When members of the National Guard get activated by the governor, this bill requires compensation to begin immediately. Under this bill, the Department of Human Resources is authorized to utilize the state's weekly pay cycle. This only applies to active duty personnel that have been activated by the governor, and this fills a gap, my colleagues, that many of our service members are feeling when they are deployed on service to our state. They have a delay in their payment processing, and this simply speeds that up. It allows them to take advantage of a cycle that the department already has at their disposal, but it requires us to pass this bill in order for them to utilize that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Todd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, thank you for the bill. Now, I think it's a good idea, but does the bill allow for there to be an increase in salary for these ladies and gentlemen as well that defend us?
Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that is already allowed with the current laws that we have.
Representative Towns.
So this one does not have an increase attached to it, is what we're saying.
Chairman Todd.
You are correct, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection? I only see 2 hands. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 562 as amended, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
House Bill 562, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 48 by Leader Lambert and others relative to local government.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 48 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lambert moves passage, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Call up next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Call up next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Leader Lambert, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill did not go through the committee process, and thus I would move to withdraw.
Without objection, withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment Number 4 by Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Roll to the Hill.
There's objection. All right, we're on the board. All those in favor of rolling to the Hill, vote aye. All those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 21, 70 days.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. It's worth the effort. So what this legislation does, ladies and gentlemen, obviously have serious concerns about this legislation. This has been debated. This has been publicized. We continue to overstep into local government affairs, and this is the ultimate insult to any voter in a county who's having its rights denied, who has voted multiple times and spoken to an issue and decided not to reduce the size of its Metro Council. There's a lot of historical significance to the size of our Metro Council to ensure diversity of representation, to ensure that everybody is adequately represented in this county. Yet this body sees fit to cut the legislative body in half. Now, many lawyers, overwhelmingly, a lot of lawyers actually, believe this bill violates the Tennessee Constitution in several ways. Those examples and arguments have been delivered to the governor as well as the leaders of both houses, laying out these concerns. What this amendment seeks to do is address one of the fundamental constitutional defects and would avoid protracted litigation once this bill, if this bill is passed and enacted. So what the amendment does, if you'll take a look at it, it says that this bill does not apply to a metro government in existence prior to the effective date of this act unless it is approved by a majority of the number of qualified voters of the metropolitan government voting in an election on the question of whether or not the act should be approved. The question must be on the ballot in the next general election. So what this body would be doing is mandating that metro government and the voters actually vote on this issue, because under the state constitution, voters in a county should be able to vote on this very issue to reduce the size of its own legislative body. This is a fundamental defect of a constitutional nature with this legislation. The bill is effectively impractical unless we adopt this amendment. Because of the late date of this, what we need to take into consideration is the fact that qualifying petitions for this election are due March 20th. It's going to be, those qualifying petitions are going to be for invalid districts. Qualifying deadlines May 18th. The Planning Commission can't even meet to start redrawing districts until the council meets and votes. This timing is incredibly impractical. This bill, as currently written, if we don't adopt this amendment, will not stand up in court. I think it's pretty well understood that this has serious constitutional defects, ladies and gentlemen. And on the practical nature of this, whether or not this bill is enacted, what I would like for all of you to consider is that what you're seeking to do is limit the representation of each individual in Davidson County. 56 counties in this state of 95 have smaller populations than the council districts you want to create. About 300 cities will have smaller populations than each council district you're seeking to create. Think about that. County commissions across the state of Tennessee, multiple have 25 members. This is a county. This is the most populated county. And you are seeking to step over into local affairs in an unconstitutional manner. But at the very least, what my amendment seeks to do is push this out. Let the people of Nashville vote on this. If they vote on it, it will go into effect in the next cycle. That gives everyone time, that makes this bill practical, and it helps address a major fundamental constitutional defect with this legislation. Your aim with this bill, your intent with this legislation would be carried out. It would just be carried out in a practical, timely manner and probably save the state of Tennessee thousands and thousands of dollars in protracted litigation. So with that, I ask and move for adoption of Amendment 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 4, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Leland Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect to my colleague from Davidson County, I disagree with virtually every word you just said, including the legal interpretation. My biggest issue with this amendment, though, is you do sit on a commitment that a committee that this came through, did not offer that amendment at the time, and thus it would be inappropriate to offer an amendment that is not needed on this legislation for any reason at this juncture. With that, I would move this amendment to the table.
It's a proper motion, probably seconded. The permanent situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption amendment number 4. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except that for the sponsor. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing wrong with filing an amendment on the House floor. Whether someone sits on a committee or doesn't sit on a committee, our rules allow for amendments to be filed on the House floor and voted on. And most importantly, that gives everybody in this body the opportunity to vote on that amendment. There's a reason you bring amendments to the House floor. It's so everyone has an opportunity to vote on it, because any committee can be made up of any hand-selected group of people and may vote a certain way. This body meets on this floor to vote on this very issue. Now, you can disagree with every word I said, but every word I said was accurate. There are some legal opinions which you may disagree with, but I did not lie or misstate the qualifying petition deadline, the qualifying deadline, the planning commission practicality of being able to draw lines in a timely manner. You're setting up Metro government for failure. You are trying to decimate the diverse representation that serves our communities from up here in the state capitol. This is not where this conversation should be taking place. And in fact, it has taken place where it should take place multiple times. And the people have decided the council is the council and it should be the size that it is. Now, all this amendment seeks to do is address it doesn't attempt to erase your whole legislation. It doesn't attempt to eliminate the intent of your legislation. It simply seeks to address a fundamental constitutional defect and put the vote in the hands of the people, let them decide, and then if they decide the way you want, it'll be carried out in a manner that's practical and constitutional. And will save the state thousands and thousands of money and dollars, taxpayers' hard-earned dollars in protracted litigation. With that, I'd ask you to vote against the tabling motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary situations. Chairman Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 4. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 70, 25 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 4 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to the heel of the amendments, House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure there will be quite a few questions on this piece of legislation. I stand ready for those questions, but I will say at the core of this body creates both cities and metro governments. That is part of our responsibility. Dillon's rule, in fact, which is what the courts have determined on this, says the Tennessee Constitution, which provides that the General Assembly shall, by general law, provide the exclusive method by which municipalities may be created, merged, consolidated, and dissolved, and by which municipal boundaries may be changed, is our responsibility. This sets the boundary for any city, any metro in this state to not go beyond 20 members on their body. Anything beyond that would not be allowed. If any body is above that at this juncture, then they would need to, this year, upon the passage of this, reduce their number down to 20. It merely sets the boundaries of what a city or metro may be able to do and allows them broad latitude to do whatever is necessary to effectuate this act. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't really have a question, more a comment. You know, members, as this was being debated through the committee process, we talked a lot about the reasons as to why the council needed to be reduced in size, that it was cumbersome. We're getting ready to vote on that from a body of 99, okay? Twice what our council is. That somehow they don't work well. Well, I just don't understand how we can even say they don't work well. Nashville and the MSA, 14 county MSA, made up of Rutherford, Murray, Trousdale, Williamson, Sumner, Dixon, many others, is the 35th largest in the United States. Over the last several years, just since 1990, Nashville has seen an 81% population increase. How can you tell me they're not operating right or well? We've seen a 35% job growth since 2012. How can you tell me the council isn't working well? We were number two in the nation in GDP growth in 2020 to 21. Number two. We were number 5 in job growth in the nation. We were number 5 in population growth in the nation. We were number 8 in per capita income growth. We were number 9 in job growth. So for this body to sit here and vote to take away my vote, what I voted on before in my city, saying that it somehow doesn't work well, I just don't understand it. And I hope, I understand that everybody's been told what to do and you're going to do it, but I hope that people in this room, especially those within the MSA, understand the damage that this can have and vote against it. Thank you.
Leader Lamberth. Pass. Representative Love.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, like Representative Freeman, mine is more of a statement than a question. In 1961, my father was elected to the original Nashville City Council before the consolidation of metro governments. With 21 members on the council rather. The first vote in 1958 failed because it did not consider African Americans in the consolidation vote. The next vote in 62 passed because Attorney Luby made sure that the number went from 21 to 35 seats. By doing that, it gave African Americans more representation on the council, gave them a chance to have more voting strength, more voting power. Luby, Lillard, and Love were the first 3 Black members of the Nashville City Council, also charter members of the Metro Council after that. The number 40 didn't just pop out the sky. It was very strategic, it was very meticulous, and it was part of what was negotiated in order to get the consolidation vote passed. This particular proposal, I want you to hear me very clearly, seeks to take the number back to pre-1961 numbers. Think about that. How are we to ensure the diversity of thought in a council with 20 members going from 40 to 20? Diversity of age, diversity of zip code, diversity of race and ethnicity, diversity of thought. So I want you to think about this. When we talk about reducing this number, know where the number came from. It didn't just increase because they wanted to increase. It was negotiated, it was discussed, and it was thought about. And the state legislature was okay with it. So the question we have to ask ourselves now is this: what are we trying to fix now? If it was good just last month and it was efficient and it worked, it was good last year, it was efficient and it worked. My concern again is that we're going to reduce opportunities for a pipeline of people to engage in public service, and we're going to undo tremendous work done by Z. Alexander Luby, who worked, again, meticulously to make sure that Metro government could be consolidated to produce the very efficient government we have now. Thank you.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Davidson County for those comments. I will say that other cities that are extremely diverse have figured out a way to do this efficiently. Cities like San Francisco, at roughly 900,000 members, our citizens have 11 city council members. Cities like Denver, Colorado, at 750,000 citizens, have 13 city council members. DC, at 750,000, has 13 city council members. Boston, Massachusetts, around 700,000, again, has 13 city council members. El Paso, Texas, just under 700,000 constituents there, 9 city council members. And our own city of Memphis, a very diverse and successful city, has 13 city council members. I may disagree sometimes with how some of these cities run, but when you look at just simple group dynamics, when you're as large as some city councils in the country are, which there's only 2 that are larger than Nashville, that's Chicago and New York. Not exactly the best examples of efficient and effective government. But this isn't just about Nashville. This is about every single city in this state not being able to expand and make the mistake that Nashville made 50 years ago to have 40 members. We don't want any city in this state to expand beyond 20 members. I deeply appreciate both your father's service and yours, sir. I have always respected you and still do. They did what they had to do then to get this passed. I get that. And the legislature did too. But now we can look at it and see what serves the people best. And when you look across the nation, there are very, very few councils that are larger than 20. Quite frankly, this legislation sets it at 20 as the maximum. I hope we rarely have cities that will grow beyond about 15. When you really look at it, you know, cities like Austin, Texas, with just over 1 million citizens, have 10 city council members. San Diego, California, I'll leave you with this one, 1.4 million, 9 city council members. It's just group dynamics, and it works better to serve the people of both Nashville and every other city in this state that will be capped at 20.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my beloved city. I know, like a lot of you run for office to help people, to out of a sense of civic duty. And I don't know one person in this room that ran on a campaign platform of punishing Nashville. It's not good for the city. It's not good for the state. And so I ask you today and appeal to your better angels. This is not something we need to do as a state, as a body. Another thing that I've heard so much of this legislation is the business community is for this. I represent more business people in Nashville area than any other district. I went back and checked my emails, my phone messages, asked people to stop me, and I have had 2 people support this legislation. I've had hundreds of people that are against it. I also had so many colleagues come and talk to me privately and tell me how troubled they are about this legislation and the local control and how the worrisome trend that it has. And I ask you today, you could do something about it, because this could be your community next. It's a very, very bad warning here. This could literally be you. But what really troubles me mostly about this is the chaos factor, whether intended or unintended. This legislation could happen, and it really hit home last week. And our Davidson County Election Commission met to try to operationalize this legislation. And the one thing that they brought up was, they had 6 months last time to plan, to have public meetings, to have input, to go back and forth with the community. And we're essentially asking them to do that within 6 weeks. And so I ask you, Mr. Sponsor, how do you effectively think the city and the planning commission can do this work in such a short amount of time?
Leader Lambert.
Thank you. And as you said, I mean, again, you're mentioning one city, but it actually does affect all of us. It affects every single one of our cities and every metro in the state. So when we vote, we are voting in regards to all of our cities. It sets a cap at 20. For those cities, and again, Nashville obviously has been one that has come forward that would need to reduce down to 20 or below that. They can reduce lower if they would like. It would take a matter of days for the Planning Commission to be able to put forward a new redistricting plan. Then it's a matter of just whether or not there's the will there for the current city council to effectuate that plan. As you said, they just did that last year. It's extremely easy to do this year. Now, that being said, there is a catch in here where if for some reason they drag their feet, they decide to file a frivolous lawsuit with absolutely no merit whatsoever, they can do that. They can waste more taxpayer dollars to do so, and they can waste time. If they do, then what they would be doing was purposefully extending their own terms beyond what the citizens of Nashville chose as term limits. They have term limits right now that are preserved in this bill. If they decide to drag this out, then it kicks their terms out by 1 year, and they have plenty of time by next year. I would hope and pray that they would not do that. It is extremely easy for them to go ahead and take care of the redistricting. It's their decision to make sure that's done properly. They just did it last year, and it would be very easy for them to do again. I will say a poll of 773 voters in Davidson County were asked the question, do you think reducing the size of Metro Council to 20 or fewer members would be good or bad for the city? 55% said it would be good. Councilman Robert Swope, who currently sits on the city council, said, we live in a city that is growing at an exponential growth rate, and as a consequence, we need to become much more efficient and effective in government, and large does not always mean good. That's a member of the current council that you are discussing at the moment. Again, it is one city council of many, many, many throughout the state that are affected by this bill, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to effectuate this bill.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a choice here today to reset our Nashville-state relations. We've had so much tit for tat over the last few years, and we've had so many people say it's time to renew. We're going to have a new council, a new mayor here the next few months. So I ask you today to don't vote for this legislation and let us start anew. Thank you.
Leader Lambert, anything? You're good. Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Speaker. Leader, I know that there's nothing that I probably could say here to change your minds tonight. I know there's no question that I could probably pose to the leader to change his stance. But like my colleagues, I want to put a few things on the record. I have 3 points to make. Other than Representative Mitchell, I served on, we're the only two that's actually served on the Metro Council. Served on there from 2007 to January of 2014, and we worked hard. It's not an easy job. It's a lot different than it is here. You meet twice a week all year round, but not only that, you go late into the night. And I know we're not questioning the hard work that they do, but I would say that they are efficient and effective. And that's been one of the arguments that's been made there. We want to lower the council to 20. Now that number, I would argue, is not an arbitrary number. The leader said he'd like to see it at 15. ideally. Trousdale County. That's where 20 came from. Metropolitan government, apples to oranges. One council member in Nashville represents 20,000 people. Trousdale County has a population of 12,000. One county commissioner represents 600. Now, I don't know how they're effective and efficient. We're not. Second point I want to make is that there's been a comparison to cities. The leader mentioned Austin, San Diego, San Francisco, DC. He's correct. They have higher populations and low council representation. But the difference, I would say, would be that the local government and the people of those cities created that. The state legislatures did not create those cities, that number. That's the difference. The people did to direct their local government. That's the cornerstone of a republic. So it's we the people. Third point is in 2015 that we did take this to the voting booth. And I'll be the first to tell you that I voted to reduce the size of the council. I think it's a good idea. It is large. But this is not the place to do it. Overwhelmingly, they voted that way. And I've heard the leader in committee speak that it was a mixed vote because term limits was on there. Well, I was there while the leader was in Sumner County. I was on the ground floor. I was at the grocery store. I was at church. I was at early voting. And I can tell you it was about the size of the council. And that's what they were voting on. We have diverted from the will of the people. That the philosophers of John Locke, we talked about life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. Of Adam Smith, the invisible hand. Of Beccaria and crime and justice. Of Montesquieu. These are the foundations of a republic that Jefferson picked up. He picked those up at William and Mary, where the leader went to school. These are the foundations of a republic that the people will determine their local government and the direction to go. Those are my comments. I realize how it's going to vote. But I'll leave you that it's we the people and not we the legislature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Lamberth. Yeah, Leader.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, like my other colleagues, rise in defense of our fabulous city. Just a few accolades that I pulled up on the web. Nashville, #1 metropolitan economic strength. Nashville, biggest household income gains. Wall Street Journal. Second best real estate in the city market in the United States, Wallet Hub. As reported by Forbes, Nashville is one of the top 10 cities in America for moving to. People want to be here. Nashville was named as one of the top cities for startup growth. Nashville was named for best city for women in business. Nashville was #1 destination in the world by National Geographic magazine. The Robb Report placed Nashville as #5 in the 12 cities to visit in the U.S. Nashville placed #1 in best music cities in the U.S. The accolades continue. It's an amazing city, ladies and gentlemen. We're proud to be the capital city of this great state. This council that we're talking about has always passed a balanced budget, has a high bond rating, has a strong rainy day fund. So, sponsor, what example exactly are we trying to get at that this council has not been effective or has been inefficient?
Leader Lambert.
Thank you. And again, this is not about any one particular city, but if you would like to identify one, I do have some numbers that would definitely indicate how a larger council are not particularly effective at handling the people's money. For instance, Nashville's property tax rate is the fastest rising in the nation. Metro raised property taxes by 31.7% in 2021. The rest of the country averaged 1.8%. Again, 31.7% increase in 2021. And that wasn't long after the comptroller of the great state of Tennessee almost had to step in and take over Nashville's finances. Nashville ranked 68 out of the 75 largest cities in the U.S. in total debt per taxpayer, according to Truth in Accounting's Financial State of the Cities report in 2022. The analysis examined the financial health of America's 75 most populous cities and calculated how much each resident would have to pay to cover all their city's bills. Despite receiving an enormous amount of federal funds for the pandemic, the report showed 61 cities, including Nashville, did not have enough money on hand to cover their bills before the pandemic. That's not exactly the type of representation that I would think Tennesseans would expect out of their local city government. But again, and I will reiterate, this is not just about Nashville. This is about the success of Tennessee as a whole. Every single city is full of Tennesseans. They are not little islands on their own. Those city governments are created by this body. Those metros are created by this body. And in fact, as how eloquent was stated earlier by another member, Nashvillians came to this body and asked for permission to be a metro. That's how this happened. It was an amendment of general law. So this is about the success of our entire state and ensuring that we never have a city council or metro council that goes beyond 20 members.
Representative Beck.
I'm so glad that you brought up the tax increase because our city had not increased property taxes for 12 years. You're right. We did not keep up with raising taxes. We now have the second lowest tax rate in metro history. Let me repeat that. Second lowest tax rate in 60 years. I think that's fantastic. I think that our council has been great stewards of our money. And I think that we have run an efficient city, a city that is growing by leaps and bounds. And I just hope that you guys will help us continue to grow by letting the citizens of Davidson County decide whether to cut this Metro Council. I thank you for listening to me tonight.
Leader Lambert. We're good. All right. Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to be clear that, again, I know we go back and forth about Nashville, but this bill would only affect Nashville. And that's why we continue to talk about Nashville. The fact of the matter is a couple things specific to the communities that I represent and the districts that I share and overlap with some of my council members. And let me first of all speak to the diversity issue. I represent one of the most diverse districts in the state of Tennessee. We have a lot of different ethnicities, nationalities. I'm proud of the fact that I share council district representation with the first Latino member ever elected to the Metro Council, and then the first female Latino woman ever elected to represent the Metro Council. I have multiple members that are Black council members that represent those diverse communities. We have a council member of a different faith. We have Jewish council members, we have a Muslim council member, we have many Christian council members. Nashville is a very, very diverse city. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of the work that these council members do is truly yeoman's work. Going out and putting up zoning signs for all the different things that take place in our city, to show notice, to make sure that the public has notice of zoning changes. Most council members, the ones who go and put those signs up. The fact that our council has now worked at this size for going on nearly 60 years says something about the ability of Nashville to function and do well as a city. And I'm proud of the work that our Metro Council does. I personally, you couldn't beg me to run for Metro Council. I admire the work that folks like my seatmate and also my other colleague did while they served on the Metro Council. It's important work. Our city is the idol. Our city, Nashville, is the idol of so many different places across this country. As a matter of fact, I think that's one of the reasons we're here, is because a big name event was interested in being based in Nashville. But the bottom line is this: the Metro Council has worked now for many years with 40 members. It's very diverse. It works. Nashville is doing well. Why would we, and I don't see a single member of our Davidson County delegation signed on to this legislation in the House or the Senate. We think it's fine. We think the people of Nashville should decide this issue. As Chairman mentioned, there is nothing in this bill that puts this before the people of Nashville. And I get that maybe there was a poll or a few hundred people. You know, we know how polls go. You can influence polls pretty easily. But the voters of Nashville have spoken, and they supported a 40-member Metro Council. And so I think that it's imperative that we keep the city of Nashville headed in the right direction, continue to keep the mid-state region headed in the right direction, and we let the voters and the people of Nashville decide their own fate. I think it's critical, and I think this sends the wrong message nationally for cities like Nashville that are under attack by state legislatures. And this is just the beginning. Those of you who don't think you're going to come after your communities next, just wait. You've seen it with other pieces of legislation. It'll happen to you.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, sir, for those comments and for your friendship. I deeply enjoy serving with you, always have for many years now. I don't know any other way to say it, though. This isn't just about Nashville. I know everybody wants it to be, but it is about setting a maximum size of 20 on every single city council and metro council that is represented in this august body. It is not about just one city. You have mentioned how it will affect your district in the very short term, but in the long term, we have areas in West Tennessee that hopefully, due to the investments that this body has voted upon in public-private partnerships of Blue Oval, will be rapidly expanding in population. I have an extreme worry that some of them may take the pathway that you've mentioned Nashville took many years ago and have a political agreement that they'll just take city council and county commission seats and add those together for a much larger number. This will prevent that from ever happening. Thank goodness. Again, all these other cities in the country seem to get it done just fine with less than 20 members. There is no reason why all of our cities and metros in the state of Tennessee cannot do the same.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just be brief. I want to make 2 quick points because I can't improve upon the points that have been made by my colleagues from Davidson County previously this evening. But just 2 quick things. One, property taxes are necessary to pay for school systems. Because the state underfunds Nashville and Davidson County school system so poorly, we have to pay extra. Now, most of you get 70% state funds and put in 30% local. We put in over 70% local funds and we get 30% from the state of Tennessee. So we have a heavier burden to carry because this state, this body underfunds our public schools, the schools my children attend on a daily basis and other members of this body attend. So if we want to talk about property taxes, let's talk about the state putting its money where its mouth is and stop making local governments carry the burden of charter schools and vouchers and the nonsense that we pass up here. Now, finally, 20 seems to be a magic number to you. Obviously, as my colleague pointed out, that number is because Trousdale County, you didn't want to mess with Trousdale County, which is also a metropolitan government. Metropolitan governments are a legal creation under state law, as you've pointed out, and you know. But what a metropolitan government is it's a county. And if you wanted to get into an argument about a city versus a county, then I would invite you to count the number of times the words Davidson County are referred to in the statute and the Tennessee Code annotated. So since 20 is the magic number for a county, which is what metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County is, I would just point out the Sumner County Commission has 24 members. Gallatin City Council has 7 members. White House, 4 aldermen. Portland, 7. Hendersonville, 12. All of those representing an overlapping bureaucracy within one county, just like Nashville and Davidson County. That's one county for a whopping total of 44. 44, just in those cities alone and the county. Now, we have 40 for one county and one governmental body. Less bureaucracy, more efficiency, and something that has worked, has been pointed out by multiple of my colleagues. Economic benefits, economic success, something that you all want to be a part of and all of your communities benefit from. Overwhelmingly, we pay your bills, we pave your roads because we have great leadership in the city of Nashville. And we have for several years. But don't give me anything about this magic number of 20. You have 44 in your county alone, just in those municipalities and your county commission. And guess what? Nashville and Davidson County is 3.5 times the size of your county. So don't bring 20 in here as a magic number, trying to argue for any other reason than the fact that you didn't want to touch Trousdale County. Let the people of Nashville decide. They have decided time and time again, 40 is what works. 40 is what has benefited not only the citizens and residents of Nashville like myself and my family and many others, but it is benefiting every one of your districts. Every one of your districts is benefiting from the success of this county. County, that's what we're talking about here. So don't bring 20 in here, some magical number that just fell out of the sky. You got 44 in your county alone for 3.5 times less people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 7, Section 1, County Governments of the Tennessee Constitution. The legislative body shall be composed of representatives from districts in the county as drawn by the county legislative body pursuant to statutes enacted by the General Assembly. Districts shall be reapportioned at least every 10 years based upon the most recent federal census. The legislative body shall not exceed 25 members, and it goes on. Counties are controlled by the state constitution. They were created by the state constitution. Cities and metros are by definition created by this body, have always been and will likely always be. 20 is the maximum because you will find very few successful and effective cities or any group, quite frankly, that goes beyond 20. Group dynamics get to a point where it simply doesn't work very well together. All of the cities that you mentioned in my district are well below 20. Most of them are below 10. Thank the good Lord, because beyond that, it becomes completely unworkable. So the education numbers, $3 billion since 2011 in additional dollars.
All right. Representative Jones. 5 minutes was up. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in solidarity with my other colleagues from Davidson County. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about mathematics. It's about power. It's a clear demonstration of the warning that absolute power corrupts absolutely. If Representative Lamberth was so concerned about the affairs of Davidson County, he does not need to write a bill. He needs to write his resignation and move to Davidson County and run for Metro Council. You can do it after living here for a year. Because I know that many people here say, oh, this is not about Davidson County, it's about the whole state. But let's look at the pattern and the totality of what has happened in this body. This is the body that took away our congressional representation by splitting up our congressional districts. Davidson County. This is the body that's now undermining the will of Davidson County voters for a community oversight board. This body. This is the body that's trying to change our street names, not in your county, Representative Sherrill, but in Davidson County, you're trying to change our street names. This is about a concentrated, coordinated, collective, ongoing, unrelentless attack against Davidson County. Why? Because it represents the future of Tennessee. Our council is the most diverse council in recent history, and now a body that is the opposite of that, a caucus that is the opposite of that, an almost entirely white member caucus is telling us how we're going to reduce minority representation because their feelings are hurt that they're not having a party with the rest of the Republicans from the nation. Let's be honest about what this is about. It is about power. It is about absolute power, and so I want to say I'm not here to plead with you to do what's right because I know better. But I'm here with a warning that the pendulum will shift in history. That your children, one day, this state will look different for your children. And I pray that my generation will rise up and lead by example, that we don't legislate by bullying, we don't legislate by tit for tat, but we legislate by what's best for the people. There are real issues in Sumner County, but rather than address poverty, rather than address poor funded schools in his district, the leaders chose to bring a bill to attack a county that he does not live in because he has the power to do so. Grundy County, the poorest county, you have work to do. 1 in 5 children live in poverty. We have real work to do, and yet we're here playing political games.
Representative Jones, can you stick to the bill?
Of partisanship
You're
to
way-
target
way
Davidson
off,
County.
sir.
And so I ask,
Representative Jones,
I'm staying on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
that'd be good.
Thank you. I'm asking the members of this body who love to laugh and take this as a joke, who love to take this as a game of exercising power because maybe you are compensating, projecting, I don't know what.
Representative Jones, hang on now. Okay, that's the second personal attack that you made on this body in your statement. So you can either stay on the bill or we can have a powwow with leadership after this to make sure that we all stay on the bill and continue to go and not have personal attacks to the integrity of this body. So that's the expectation. This is the last chance to stay on the road. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if you feel like this is a personal attack, I apologize. But I feel personally attacked for my county, for my district, for the people who live in District 52, one of the most diverse districts in this state. From East Nashville to Antioch, I've talked to people in our city who feel like they are personally attacked every day by what's happening in this body. We have serious issues going on in our districts. If you care about Davidson County, come walk with me in Antioch. And let's look at the neighborhoods where we have underfunded schools. Let's look at what's going on in my district with people trying to get health care. Come talk to my constituents. That's why this is personal. And so if you feel like it's a personal attack, imagine how Davidson County feels every time we come in this chamber and are told that what your voters say does not matter, that we're going to override them, that we're going to act like colonizers and tell you what's your best interests and ignore the will of Davidson County voters. Imagine how that feels every time we come into this chamber and are told that your voters are less important than the rest of the voters in this state. I mean, it is political hubris at its finest. This is personal. And so I ask my colleagues from these rural counties from all across the state. I've traveled to Moore County. I've traveled to all these counties traveling the state, and your people there have real issues. Let's work together to address the issues of Tennesseans. Let's stop playing political games with the reality of people's lives is on the line every day in this state. If you want me to come to your county and see about what's happening, the real issues, I will come. And now I ask you to do the same in Davidson County. Come walk with us. Come talk to our people. Come sit in a council meeting and see the beauty of the diversity and what is being discussed in our city council or city government.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my earlier colleague said, Representative Jernigan, he and I are the only two in this body that served in the Metro Council. I had the distinction of serving in the Metro Council and the Tennessee General Assembly at the same time, 3 years. I'd finish committee here on Tuesdays. I'd run down the hillside, go to my committees and the council meeting on Tuesday nights down the hill. I represented about 17,500 people or so in the council. I probably got 3 times more phone calls than a legislator up here does from those 17,500. So we're wanting to double that workload for those people. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I've run for office to help people, and I've tried to help people. I'd say my greatest time in office, I'm honored to be in this Tennessee General Assembly, but I was in the council when the flood hit Nashville in 2010. I had 2,497 FEMA recipient households in my zip code. Council people are going door to door to their neighbor's house that had 4 feet and 8 feet of flood water in their home. Their whole lives are destroyed. But they have someone they knew, their council members, would come to them and give them the assistance they can. You make a council that small, there's no way the public service is going to be at the same level that it is now. And, it's humorous that, some of the cities named off, all of a sudden we love California so much. San Diego and San Francisco, 2 cities that almost went bankrupt. But I guess they're the bastion of efficiency, according to the sponsor of the bill. I just don't understand, how we can even get here. But we know how we got here. We know what all this is about. I've spoken to so many of you. So many of you want to vote the right way. You're just scared to. And that's, kind of why we're at the point we're at. This is pure punitive preemption. That's all this is about. And, it's sad that we've got to this point. If I'm not invited to your home, I don't want to come. I don't want to force myself in. And I definitely don't want you to kick out all the other people who have hotel reservations already in line, to fit me in. But if you're not welcome in a city, you don't go to a city. And I'm kind of shocked that so many of y'all wanted that little convention here in the first place. Many of you want to go on a trip. I see all kinds of trips by both sides of the legislature. That's another subject. I was telling the bill speaker, but I'm shocked that everybody wanted the convention here in town. But that's all this is about, But a Tennessee appeals court put this matter particularly well a few years ago. In fact, in 1980, it said city councils make important social and economic decisions that many times affect our lives in a greater degree than do decisions made by our state legislators and congressmen. If the utterances of members of that legislative body, such as city councils, are not cloaked with an absolute privilege, an unwarranted consideration liability will be interjected into a councilman's decision-making process. So in essence, the council said they didn't want the Republican National Convention in our city. So this is his retaliation, revenge, or as someone said at a CPAC convention, retribution over the weekend. That's the bottom line of this. You know, it's going to be real fun, the discovery and the deposition process of some of these lawsuits are not going to be fun for some people. But with that being said, I plead to y'all do the right thing and protect the people who are paying.
All right, that was 5 minutes. Leader Lambert.
No, sir.
He passes. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? I see 3 hands. We're on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Journal reflect Representative Kumar is excused. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 73, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 48 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 25 nays.
House Bill 48, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
House Bill 412 by Leader Lamberth relative to expunction.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 412 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage. Bobby second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1 makes changes to the bill to comply with federal regulations. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of House Amendment Number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Amendment Number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 412 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, 5 nays, 1 present, not voting.
House Bill 412, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 724 by Chairman Holsey relative to constables.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 724 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Holsey moves passage. Bobby second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local Government House Committee Amendment Number 1 makes the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1 and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Amendment Number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Amendment Number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. We adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires that anybody seeking the position of constable in Tennessee, that they file with the County Election Commission a letter from a licensed psychologist who has conducted a cognitive and psychological test on the candidate, stating that the candidate is mentally and cognitively fit to perform the duties of a constable. Every law enforcement officer in Tennessee has to take this test, and this will now apply to constables if you pass it. Current constables are grandfathered, so this will only apply to those in the future. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Holsey renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Chairman Halsey, it's all well and fine to have that initial psychological evaluation, but people change, the environment that they live in changes. Was there any consideration to having annual psychological evaluations and mental fitness, emotional status?
Chairman Holsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing in this bill that addresses that, but if you did do that, you'd have to apply it to every law enforcement officer in the state.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Funny you should say that. I've got a bill that does that, and I'll look forward to your support, sir. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Chairman Holsey, anything? He renews his motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 724 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Holsey, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, 3 nays.
House Bill 724 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 922 by Speaker Pro Tem Marsh relative to cooperative marketing associations. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 786.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 786, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 786 on third and final consideration.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves passage of Senate Bill 786 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Todd moves adoption of House Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill seeks to change just one provision of the Cooperative Marketing Association Act, which would mainly just affect the local retail farmers co-ops across the state of Tennessee. This change would help simplify and modernize the process for a co-op to change its name or principal place of business or merge of two co-ops. With that, I'll renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. I have a question here about the amendment that's just been added, that this would allow for folks to change the name or do these other things, even if there isn't a quorum present. If a quorum isn't present, why would we want any entity that we are authorizing to be able to operate? Because I don't even think this body can operate without a quorum.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
What we're changing is the farmers co-ops across the state, especially in my area, they have many, many members spread out all across 2 or 3 counties. What this bill will allow them to do to be able to vote from by mail or by proxy instead of coming in and being live at the meeting. It's just very hard to get that many people to come show up at these meetings. So they still will be represented by a vote.
Representative Pearson.
So for clarification, it's a quorum not necessarily physically present? Is that what the intention of this is?
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Yeah, correct. Not physically present. They will have one, but not physically present.
Representative Pearson.
That'll be all.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 786 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Lamberth, aye. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hardaway, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays.
Senate Bill 786 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1213 by Chairman Vaughn and others relative to insurance.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1213 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer this to the sponsor for further explanation.
Vice Chairman Martin moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1213 is being brought to give an opportunity for Tennesseans to negotiate fair prices for medical services. It will allow you to go to an out-of-network provider, and when that provider provides information back to the insurance company, even though they're out of network, you get credit for it on your deductible, even though it's a negotiated price. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1213 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays, 1 present, none voted.
House Bill 1213 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2 by Chairman Zachary and others relative to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 11.
Chairman Zachary moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 11 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 11 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Zachary moves passage of Senate Bill 11 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments found.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this removes the sunset of the COVID protection bill. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Zachary renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much, Speaker and sponsor. We know the pandemic is still happening. COVID-19 is still a very serious virus. I believe the numbers are about 400 people are dying a day still from it. Why would we remove the protections that some employers, based on what I'm seeing here, who provide proof of vaccination, or businesses who would still want to have their customers protected? Why would we want to remove those protections?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're actually not removing them. We're removing the sunset to make those permanent.
Representative Pearson.
Just for clarification, we're going to ensure that businesses and others will be able to have protections from COVID-19 in perpetuity?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This simply removes the sunset. That's all this does. It does nothing with the substance of the bill, as we previously passed.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 11, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 20 nays.
Senate Bill 11 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 349 by Representative Burkhart relative to registered agents.
Representative Burkhart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 349 on third and final consideration.
Representative Burkhart moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this late hour, I'm concerned about our new member's lack of nourishment that he's had tonight, and his ability to be able to provide sound, reasoned, logical answers to the many extra questions he will receive. So for that, sir, I move that we roll this to Thursday's regular calendar.
Without objection, roll. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 878 by Representative Fritz and others relative to the solemnization of marriage.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of House Bill 878 on the third and final consideration.
Representative Fritz moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill, and I'll defer to the sponsor for further explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is indeed a freedom bill, colleagues. This bill is designed to be simply and clearly to protect the rights of the officiants of wedding ceremonies. With that, I would renew my motion.
Representative Fritz renews his motion. Let the journal reflect Representative Vaughn is very nicely excused. Make that he is present. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Yeah, why do we need this bill?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. We have seen in the past few years an attack on all our civil liberties and rights. And this is very clearly, as of the law today, we may perform wedding ceremonies or solemnize the marriage. And this bill is very simply to document the fact that you can't be forced to solemnize a marriage.
Representative Pearson.
Today, do you know of anyone who has been forced to solemnize a marriage?
Representative Fritz.
I am not aware of anyone, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not aware of anyone that has been forced to solemnize marriage in Tennessee today, but I really think that question's irrelevant at this point because I think that it is important for us to document our rights.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. There's a lot of legislation with hypotheticals and unlikelies and non-case examples that is taking the time of this General Assembly that our constituents have brought us here to serve, that again, there are no examples where this has happened. There's no example where someone has not or has refused to solemnize a marriage, and yet we're creating legislation about it, and you, sponsor, don't even have one example where someone has refused. So it seems that the people in Tennessee, if they did not want to, found a way to not solemnize marriages, and yet we're now trying to codify this. And what I believe is happening and what's concerning about this legislation, members, is in essence, without saying it, that it is trying to prevent people from having or officiating or having the law at their back to not officiate a same-sex marriage or anything that you might believe or others might believe is against their civil liberties, as I believe you said. This type of legislation is harmful, not only in its practice, but in the messages that it is sending about who has rights in our cities, in our state, and in our country. And by doing this, it is helping to fuel people who do not care for inclusion, who do not care for love and people loving whoever it is that they choose to love, that God's given them the ability to love, but it instead is trying to support a vision, a perspective, people who would otherwise like to see separation, who would like to see other folks subjugated, dejected, and rejected. And I am against this legislation because of the message that it sends, because as you've already stated, in practicality, this legislation does nothing, because there is no example where people have not been able to or had to get the state's support in not solemnizing a marriage. Again, this legislation is sending a message, though, that is clear and that is wrong. And I advocate that everyone votes against this and that we become a state where whoever you love, however you love, is accepted, and that we stop the attacks on people and instead purport and push forward policies that push toward more inclusion and more diversity.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your comments to my colleague. I would just offer that perhaps we need to reread that bill because it doesn't cover any of the things you just described.
Representative Vaughn.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, caught me headed to the water fountain. I move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 878 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 22 nays.
House Bill 878, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 817 by Representative Davis and others relative to local elections.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on House Bill 817 on third and final consideration.
Representative Davis moves passage. Spoken second. Ms. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is it removes some exceptions in law, which goes back to the original intent of the law, in that if you are to be elected through office, through an election procedure, it requires candidates to be nominated from a district and then elected by those district voters. And so the exceptions that were in place, in my opinion, were allowing for the voters of that district to be disenfranchised. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Davis renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Lamberth.
I don't know about y'all, but that was one fine speech, right? Come on, y'all give her a hand. That was good. That was really good. First speech on the House floor, I am impressed. I'm deeply impressed. In fact, at 8:30 on Thursday, we're going to be here, and I genuinely feel like we should have the proper time. It's late. We're all kind of tired. We've been through a lot tonight. What do y'all think? Roll to Thursdays? Oh, yeah. Mr. Speaker, move to roll to Thursday, 8:30 a.m.
Without objection, roll to Thursday. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the regular calendar.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Representative Sherrill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw House Bill 1372 from the committee in the House.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR number 298.
Mr. Clerk, please read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 298 by Leader Lamberth, a resolution to call a joint convention of the Senate and the House of Representatives.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Leader Lamberth.
I move to concur in SJR number 298.
Leader Lamberth moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 298, properly seconded. Any discussion on the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. I declare it. Ayes have it. It's concurred in without objection. Motion reconsider is tabled. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 514 be heard in the Health Subcommittee this week.
For the motion, any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration for SJR number 240.
Mr. Clerk, please read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 240 by Representative Alexander, resolution to honor the memory of Major General Gary L. Harrell of Johnson City.
You heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Speaker. I move to concur with Senate Joint Resolution 240.
Representative Alexander moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 240, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare it concurred in. Without objection, motion reconsider is tabled. Next order, Ms. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. It's good. Y'all, we've been here long enough. Representative Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last calendar for Transportation Subcommittee will be March 22nd. All bills must be placed on notice by 3:30 p.m. on Wednesday, March 15th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Civil Justice Subcommittee will hear our final calendar on Tuesday, March the 21st. The last day to put bills on notice in this committee this year will be Wednesday, March the 15th at 3:30 p.m. Central Time.
Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Health Subcommittee will have their final calendar on March 21st. As you've heard before, please have your bill on notice by Wednesday, the 15th of March. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Criminal Justice Subcommittee will begin hearing its final calendar on Tuesday, March the 21st. Deadline to place bills on notice for this final calendar will be at 3:30 on Wednesday, March the 15th. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker Johnson Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the annual ethics training is due this Friday, March the 10th. If you have not done so already, please watch the ethics training video and turn your certification in to Doug Hines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Higher Education Subcommittee will hear its final calendar on Monday, March the 13th. The deadline to get your bills on notice this year is Wednesday, March the 8th. During the March 13th meeting, the lottery calendar will also be heard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Helton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Insurance Subcommittee's last calendar is March 21st.
Thank you. Any further announcements? Representative Brigham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Wednesday, Coffee County Leadership Day on the Hill. Everyone and your staff is invited to lunch on the 8th floor. Thank you.
All right, next order. Oh, Representative Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last meeting for Children and Family Affairs Subcommittee will be March 21st.
Thank you. Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind everyone that April the 5th will be our Ag Day this year.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ties for Turns will be next year.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Cochran's here. Cochran's here. Roll call. Ms. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 96 members present.
Next order, Ms. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, March 9th, 2023.
Without objection, the House stands recessed until 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, March 9th, 2023.